Chapter 1835. Chun Chin heaved a sigh of relief. It looks like my adventure was worth it. And Lin took 2 steps forward and hugged Chen's frail body. I don't know what to say. Thank you, brother. Chin pushed Lin away with an awkward expression. You're welcome. Also, I don't really like hugs, and Lin laughed heartily and didn't seem to mind. He had perfected 3 of his 5 elemental cultivation methods, and was 1 step closer to the phenomenal success stage of his body of the war god. He had also obtained 1 more heavenly god power, which put him in a very good mood. Not only that, but he discovered that the 7 holy flames within his body had also become purer and denser after he perfected his wings of true fire cultivation method. Their power had increased to a whole new level. No, it was several levels higher. Under such circumstances, if he used his fire sage mode, he really didn't know how powerful he would become. The Eastern Heavenly Gate sent their heavenly gods to the Tai Chu continent to hunt down our powerful beings. This is a huge loss for them. They've already lost 2 more heavenly gods in such a short time. And Lin sighed with emotion. Chun Chin nodded in agreement. When the enemy is stronger than us, we can wait for them to make a mistake before pouncing on them. That way, we'll be able to turn the tables. However, we've also suffered many losses this time. Ever since the heavenly gods transformed into hunters, we've lost 3 Tao integration stage mighty figures and 31 return to void stage mighty figures. So many more people died? And Lin's expression shifted slightly. He remembered that when he left the 4-9 Immortal sect, only 2 Tao integration stage mighty figures and 23 return to void stage mighty figures had been killed. Who would have thought that so many powerful beings would be killed in just a few days? Chun Chin nodded. I was able to capture the heavenly fire god because he killed a Tao integration stage mighty figure and triggered heaven and earth grief. I just so happened to be within 500,000 kilometers of him, which was why I was able to capture him. And Lin's lips twitched. What the F***CK? That distance was enough to circle the earth over a dozen times. However, ordinary people couldn't understand the breadth of a mighty figure, and Lin quickly accepted Chen's explanation. Beep, beep, beep. The voice transmission talisman in Chen's sleeve suddenly beeped. He did not avoid Lin and picked up the voice transmission talisman in front of him. Shuyan, what's the matter? A pleasant, ethereal, yet urgent voice came from the other side of the voice transmitting talisman. Not good. Chin. Hurry and return to the heaven-crushing sex base. The heavenly light goddess and the heavenly earth god have suddenly launched an attack. Chin, who had always been indifferent, couldn't help but put on a serious expression when he heard this. It was very clear that the other party had taken advantage of the fact that Chen was busy dealing with the heavenly fire god to launch a sneak attack on the heaven-crushing sect. Furthermore, they had brought along 2 paramount heavenly gods. Rumble! The ground suddenly showed signs of trembling. It was not a vibration of the Earth's crust, but the movement of an entire plate. At the same time, there seemed to be a streak of white light piercing through the sky to the southeast of the holy glacial lands. It was clearly very far away, but they could still sense that extraordinary aura. I'm going back. And Lin, don't get involved. Right now, you can't get involved in a battle of this level, Chin said before disappearing. Chin, can I go eat some melons? And Lin yelled. However, Chen's figure had already disappeared. It was clear that he had left in a hurry and did not have time to tell Lin about this. And Lin looked toward the Purple Star civilization ruins. That place was located in the northeast of the Kingdom of the 9 States. It occupied a very large area in the southeast of the holy glacial lands. The land there seemed to have been cursed. Not a single blade of grass grew, and it was a barren wasteland. In fact, there was even a faint purple glow that covered the surface of the ground. Living beings with weak constitutions would rot and die upon being exposed to the purple glow. Should I go or not? and Lin was a little tempted. He really wanted to see just how powerful the paramount heavenly gods of the Tai Chu continent were. Just a look from afar. It should be fine, right? And Lin really wanted to gauge his own strength and see the gap between him and the paramount heavenly gods. After all, he felt like he was still slightly stronger than normal heavenly gods. With this in mind, he also started to move toward the heaven-crushing sex base, the land of eternal light, within the Purple Star civilization ruins, within a barren land of death. This area, which shone with a holy light, was currently under the most terrifying attack in its history. The Earth within a radius of 50,000 kilometers had turned into a white gold color and was extremely hot. Distorted geothermal energy surged through the Earth, as if it was trying to melt everything it came into contact with. At the same time, the Earth was quaking and cracking. Scorching lava tore through the Earth and shot into the sky like a geyser. Then it transformed into a series of lava dragons that danced in the air and pounced toward the land of eternal light. Each of them was over 50 kilometers long and blotted out the sun. The power they exuded was as vast and boundless as that of a Tao integration stage true dragon. There were over 100 lava dragons of this level. They crashed into the spell formation of the land of eternal light again and again. Every time they crashed, it was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded, destroying and melting everything in its surroundings. The supreme beings cultivating the heaven-crushing techniques in the land of eternal light had never seen anything like this before. Their faces were all pale as they looked at this miraculous scene. It was no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the protection of the land of eternal light, they wouldn't even be able to last a second against these lava dragons that contained the boundless power of the earth. This was the disparity between them, a disparity that not even the heaven-crushing techniques could make up for. Apart from the earth, a strange phenomenon also appeared in the sky. A boundless white light descended from the sky. This light was warmer and purer than the light of the sun. It was as if it could nurture all things and allow all living beings to accept it. Some of the weaker returned to void stage supreme beings in the land of eternal light gradually became dazed as they stared at this light. Some of them even knelt to the ground. The supreme beings who were just cursing the heavenly gods and researching how to crush the heavens suddenly began to praise heaven and earth. They proclaimed that the heavens were the truth and that they wouldn't exist without the heavens. Even if they were to die for the heavens, they wouldn't have any regrets. The pure light fell upon the spell formation of the land of eternal light and permeated through it even more violently than the hundreds of lava dragons. The spell formation also began to tremble violently. The first heavenly disciple, Cyril, the fourth heavenly disciple, the ancient dragon empress, the two heavenly disciple attendants, the three heavenly disciple candidates, and a group of Tao integration stage supermighty beings stood at different locations within the spell formation. They were struggling to defend against the combined attacks of the two paramount heavenly gods. What on earth is Chun-Chin doing? Why isn't he back yet? Also, what did he do to anger the heavenly light goddess? Why is she attacking us in spite of the backlash from the heavenly Tao? As the core of the spell formation in the land of eternal light, Cyril was under unimaginable pressure. His eyes were as red as blood, and he turned to look at the pure and aloof young woman with fluttering white hair. Chun-Chen's guard, Shui-Yen, was a little hesitant. However, after a few seconds, she still answered truthfully, "Master, he captured a heavenly fire god and gifted it to Enlin. That's why, Cyril." Chapter 1836. Cyril felt like there was something stuck in his chest, and he had to vent it out. In the next instant, he understood what Chun-Chen was thinking. "Sai, it's all for Enlin's development again. You're about to become Enlin's grandfather." A resigned expression appeared on Cyril's face. Although he didn't object to Chun-Chen doing this, he should at least inform him beforehand, so that he could be mentally prepared, right? Two paramount heavenly gods had suddenly come to raid his house, and that was quite a scary prospect. The ground of the land of eternal light had already turned into scorching lava, and the terrifying power of the earth crashed into the ground like a sledgehammer. Once the spell formation was broken, the power of the earth would instantly engulf and destroy everything in the land of eternal light. Not only were there attacks from the ground, but the attacks from the sky were even more terrifying. Pure light poured down like a waterfall, and its penetrative power was extremely powerful. It could assimilate and disintegrate everything it came into contact with. Not to mention, there were countless lava dragons crashing into the ground. Every part of the land of eternal light was being pressured and attacked. It had been completely surrounded. If this went on, as time passed, there would be a moment when everyone could no longer hold on. When that time came, the land of eternal light would be destroyed, just as the situation was at a stalemate. Another change occurred within the land of eternal light. Some of the weaker return to void stage mighty figures had already been infected by the pure light in the sky. For the heavens, charge! For the true light, the return to void stage mighty figures suddenly roared as they pounced toward their companions, unleashing terrifying spell techniques. Their companions were caught off guard and were severely wounded by the spell techniques. Jinja, Ghost King of Strength, calm down. A tree man with green vines surging all over its body waved its arms, releasing tough vines that bound Jinja and the Ghost King of Strength. However, a few seconds later, the tree man's eyes became glazed over again. Whoosh, 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 the vines released Jinja and the Ghost King of Strength before attacking those whose consciousnesses were not affected. Ha ha ha. Fight for the light. All of you can go to hell. Boom, 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 boom. Energy exploded, and blood splattered through the air. The heaven-crushing stage mighty figures who had lost their consciousnesses and strong wills began to battle one another. The situation instantly became chaotic. There were even a few terrifying spell techniques hurtling toward the palace in the center of the land of eternal light. However, they were all blocked by an invisible barrier within the palace. A ray of blue light flew out from the heaven-breaking, glazed palace. She was wearing a blue muslin dress, and her jade-like little feet were tied with golden bells. Her face was exquisite and flawless, but there was not a trace of expression on it, as if she was an emotionless doll. The most eye-catching part of her was her white hair, which was longer than her height. As it danced in the air, it reflected the holy light in the sky, like a small and brilliant galaxy. It's the second son of Heaven's attendant. Lady Shui, Yen has arrived. When the powerful beings of the heaven-crushing sect saw the newcomers, a scorching light appeared in their eyes. They had been attacked by their comrade who had lost his mind, and they had long been aggrieved, but they could not find a better way to deal with it. Shui, Yen flew around the land of eternal light at an extremely fast speed. Her hands flung out numerous blue balls of light. All the berserk experts who were struck by the blue balls of light would be frozen on the spot, without exception. In no time, she had frozen the 21 crazed, heaven-crushing sect members. Those with weak willpower and cultivation bases, use your spell techniques to confine yourselves. Her cold and emotionless voice reverberated throughout the entire land of eternal light. Some powerful beings who felt that something was wrong with their consciousness quickly calmed down upon hearing this. They really did use their most powerful binding spell techniques to restrain themselves so that they would not harm their comrade. They all felt a wave of humiliation and indignation. When faced with the heavenly God in the sky, it was difficult for them to even restrain themselves from harming their comrade, let alone fight. This kind of disparity in power made them feel very uncomfortable. They were cultivating the heaven-sundering techniques. Yet, upon seeing the heavens, all they could do was surrender? That's right. They had used spell techniques to restrain themselves. Wasn't that the same as surrendering themselves to be captured? Humiliation, indignation, and fury transformed into a seed that was planted in the hearts of some of the powerful beings of the heaven-crushing sect. Perhaps some people would become dispirited and listless due to the terrifying disparity in power. However, There were also people who could erupt with an even more vigorous and unyielding battle intent. Rumble! Right at this moment, an extremely small crack appeared in the land of eternal light. Shui Yan's expression changed slightly, and she immediately slapped her hand toward the crack. Black Emperor Mirror. A pitch-black mirror that was completely opaque and emanated the energy of a god-grade artifact repaired the crack. However, a wisp of faintly discernible white light had already penetrated through the crack. Then, as if it had a life of its own, it charged through the interior of the land of eternal light at a terrifying speed. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, the powerful beings of the heaven-crushing sect wailed in anguish as ghastly bloody holes appeared on their bodies. Even the weakest of them was a supreme being of the return to void stage. However, they were completely powerless against this wisp of white light that had sneaked in. In the blink of an eye, another dozen or so supreme beings of the return to void stage were either injured or killed. "Don't you dare wreak havoc in my territory!" Shui Yan roared. Her body rapidly leaped forward, and she used spatial skipping to accurately block the path of the white light. Then, she slapped her palm toward it. Bam! The white light tore through Shui Yan's fair palm and almost tore her arm into pieces. Shui Yan let out a muffled groan, and blue blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. However, she managed to extinguish the white light in the end. Kacha! Another crisp sound rang out. Everyone hurriedly looked toward the spell formation. To their despair, they discovered that the spell formation had cracked open again. Furthermore, there was more than one crack this time. It's over. Everyone had this feeling in their hearts. Just a wisp of white light had caused them to be unable to defend against it. Now there were so many cracks, and the light was pouring down in torrents, illuminating everything. To them, this was definitely a disaster. Heavenly Light God! Right at this moment, a cold, indifferent, and enraged voice traveled over from afar. Once the voice reached them, the cracks instantly healed. A delicate and handsome youth dressed in hemp garments stepped through the void and flew over. When the heaven-crushing sect members saw the youth walking through the void, tears welled up in their eyes. It's heavenly disciple Chin Chin. This is great. Chin Chin is back. We have to hold on. In the hearts of the heaven-crushing sect members, Chin Chin's position was about the same as Cyril's. They were both founders of the heaven-crushing sect. Furthermore, Chen Chen was a human, and the majority of the heaven-crushing sect members were humans. Thus, they favored Chin Chin more. Chen Chen's expression darkened as he swept his gaze over all of the severely injured or dead sect members. When he saw that one of Shui Yan's arms was missing, his eyes trembled slightly. Heavenly Light, if you want to fight, come find me. Why do you have to make things difficult for a bunch of juniors? Chen Chen's body soared into the sky and crashed into the boundless light. The Heavenly Light God's ethereal voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. You should also pay the price for attacking without permission. I am no longer the same me who feared the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Instantly, a rumbling explosion sounded from within the boundless light. Even though the heaven-crushing sect members were separated by the spell formation, their hearts still palpitated in fear from the terrifying collision of energy. They felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Boom! There was another deafening explosion. Countless black cracks appeared in the sky and spread out in all directions like a spider's web. These cracks extended to the farthest point, as if they were connected to the horizon. The heaven-crushing sect members widened their eyes in shock. The sky was really going to collapse. Chapter 1837. Cyril was at the core of the land of eternal light's spell formation, and he was a little astonished at the sight in the sky. Oi, oi, oi! Chin Chin, there's no need to be so dramatic. Are you really going to fight? Chen Chen had stalled the heavenly light goddess, and the pressure on Cyril's side was greatly reduced. At the same time, Cyril was wondering if he should also go underground and fight the heavenly earth god. In any case, the spell formation here was being maintained by the ancient Dragon Empress, Demon Emperor Siyu, and the other heavenly disciple candidates. Even if a normal heavenly god came, they wouldn't be able to break it. All the powerful beings of the heaven-crushing sect were battle-hungry, and Cyril was no exception. A bloodthirsty glint appeared in his crimson eyes, and his muscles began to bulge. Black bat wings appeared on his back as he licked his lips. Boom! The sound of a violent collision suddenly erupted from outside the spell formation. The killing intent in Cyril's eyes suddenly faded. He looked outside the spell formation barrier and saw that a bloody hole had appeared in Qin Chen's chest. Balls of light were exploding relentlessly within the bloody hole, releasing destructive power as if they were trying to annihilate Qin Chen's body. However, the explosions were restricted to a certain space, and they were unable to spread to his entire body. The cracked sky had already been repaired by the pure light and was as good as new. An exquisitely beautiful heavenly goddess, whose entire body was constructed from particles of light, appeared. She was over 1,000,000 feet tall, and there were 990,000 different phenomena behind her in a circular formation that seemed to encompass the entire heaven and earth. Just like that, she looked down at Qin, who seemed even smaller than an ant, outside the protective wall of the formation. Her voice was indifferent, but it was filled with boundless heavenly might. Qin, I indeed can't kill you now, but severely wounding you is not an issue. The irrecoverable light wound on your chest is my punishment for you. The next time we meet, I will completely wipe you off the face of this world. After saying this, the heavenly light goddess transformed into particles of light and disappeared. At the same time, the terrifying aura emanating from the earth also completely calmed down. At the same time, the incessant waves of geothermal energy also calmed down. The lava dragons in the sky also exploded and fell to the ground, transforming into a torrential rain of lava. Walalala, the scorching hot, red torrential rain marked the end of this sudden ambush. The powerful beings of the heaven-crushing sect all raised their heads to look at the red torrential rain. Each of them had a complicated feeling in their heart. This was the first time they had seen a paramount heavenly god in action. That terrifying power, that despair-inducing attack, made them feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Fortunately, their heavenly sons were strong enough. Although they weren't strong enough to defeat a paramount heavenly god, at the very least, the paramount heavenly gods couldn't kill them. Qin. A trace of panic appeared on Shui Yan's cold face. She quickly flew towards the youth not far away and carefully supported him. She asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Qin smiled bitterly. "I might have to recuperate in seclusion for a while." Shui Yan looked at the light that was still continuously exploding in Qin Chen's chest. She tightly pursed her lips, and an expression of guilt appeared on her face. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help you." Numerous figures flew out from the heaven-shattering glazed palace and charged towards Qin. They were all core pillars of the heaven-crushing sect, and every single one of them was at or above the Tao integration stage. Cyril, the ancient Dragon Empress, and Demon Emperor Siyu were also present. They all had worried expressions on their faces as they approached Qin to understand his situation. Cyril carefully examined Chen's injuries. Sigh. "Qin, you were still too impulsive." He sighed in exasperation. "If you force the heavenly light goddess to make a move, the heavenly light goddess will indeed suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao. However, your current situation isn't any better. Look at you now. Apart from doing everything you can to suppress the power of light, what else can you do? This has already affected your chances of becoming a heaven." Qin listened to Cyril's words. A gentle smile appeared on his face. "This is the choice I made after careful consideration." Shui Yan's heart ached a little. "Do you think it's worth it to do this?" "Of course it's worth it. Even if I had to choose again, I would still make the same choice. I won't regret it, Chin Chin said with a confident expression. Shui Yan pursed her lips tightly. She was a little angry. All right, I'm going to recuperate. If there's anything else, we can talk about it later. Chin Chin didn't want to say anything else. He directly walked toward the heaven-crushing, glazed palace. The others also couldn't do anything. In the heaven-crushing sect, even Cyril couldn't control Chin Chin, let alone the others. Even the ancient Dragon Empress could only watch from the sidelines. Why does Master treat Lin so well? The ancient Dragon Empress crossed her arms, a hint of melancholy on her face. She had originally thought that Chin Chin only treated Lin a little more specially and kindly. However, from the looks of it now, she had still underestimated Chin Chin's feelings for Lin. An ethereal and cold voice traveled over. If Lin betrayed Chin Chin, I'll make him pay the price, even if I have to risk my life. Shui Yan humphed coldly. Then, she followed Chin Chin into the heaven-crushing, glazed palace. The ancient Dragon Empress scratched her dragon horns in confusion. Are they talking about the same thing? At this moment, 15,000 kilometers away from the land of eternal light, Lin strode across the scorching earth, and he extended his hand to catch the lava rain falling from the sky. The scorching rain, which was so hot that even space itself was warping, made a sizzling sound as it fell into his hand. Even though he had cultivated his body to the Tao integration pinnacle stage, he still felt waves of piercing pain. Not only is this power imbued with extremely high temperatures, but it also contains the terrifying power of the earth. Even if the heavenly gods were too lazy to deal with this lava rain, it would still be an extremely terrifying nightmare for return to void stage mighty figures. Lin gazed at the sky full of lava rain. There was practically no end to this vast and boundless land. The sky and the earth were both connected by scorching lava. No matter where he fled to, he would be battered by the lava. Thankfully, this place was originally barren. Otherwise, all living beings would have been plunged into an abyss of misery. What did it mean to have such a large-scale lava rain? If it all fell on Earth, it would be able to melt the entire planet in an instant. I wonder how Chin Chin is doing. Lin couldn't help but shudder as he thought back to the final moment he saw that indomitable woman. That was a power that had completely changed his perception of her. In particular, the 990,000 phenomena behind the woman. Each and every one of them was incomparably exquisite, as if they were all paths of Tao that had reached the pinnacle. He really didn't dare to imagine what it would be like if this power were to be unleashed to its fullest. The heavenly light goddess. I feel like she's even more badass than the heavenly earth god. With this in mind, Lin started to worry about Chin Chin and the others again. He couldn't help but quicken his footsteps. Soon, a piece of land that was piled up with some unknown, pure white rocks appeared before his eyes. A peculiar light that seemed to be imbued with the hope of advancing courageously enshrouded the entire space. In the center of the land stood an extremely majestic palace. Who's there? Lin. It's Lin. Hurry up and inform the heavenly disciple. Before Lin could say anything, the heaven-crushing sect members all became excited. One of them hurriedly rushed forward to inform the heaven-crushing glazed palace, while the other hurriedly used his telekinesis to contact the heaven-crushing glazed palace. Chapter 1838. Soon, a woman in a rainbow-colored dragon robe flew over. Behind her was a young woman in a flowing blue dress. She looked like a snow fairy. Lin, why are you here? Thank goodness you haven't been discovered by light and earth. The ancient Dragon Empress looked around nervously. They've already left. If they hadn't left, my divine sense would have sensed them. By the way, when you guys were fighting, I was still watching from afar. Lin smiled. Smile, smile, smile. All you know how to do is smile. The young woman beside the ancient Dragon Empress glared at Lin coldly. The frosty aura she exuded seemed to be able to freeze everything in its path. Air. And Lin blinked. It seemed like this young woman had a lot of resentment toward him. She's the second heavenly disciple's attendant, Shui Yan, the ancient dragon empress introduced. And Lin was even more confused. He didn't seem to have any interactions with Shui Yan. However, Shui Yan was looking at Lin like a hen glaring at a hawk that had stolen its chick. Her expression was filled with wariness and dissatisfaction. Do you know that this battle broke out because of you? Shui Yan extended a snow-white finger and pointed at Lin's nose. Chen Chen was severely injured because of you as well. Boom! And Lin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Chen Chen was injured? How is he now? And Lin was extremely anxious. He immediately strode forward. I'll go and see him right now. It was also at this moment that a frosty aura surged in front of him. Immediately afterward, Shui Yan's petite and exquisite body spread open her arms and blocked in Lin's path. Her exquisitely sculpted face was covered in frost. Stop, she said coldly. Chen Chen is currently in seclusion due to his severe injuries. No one can see him. You can't disturb him. And Lin felt a bit guilty. Can't I even talk to him and check on his injuries? Although I don't want to admit it, if you stand in front of him and say this, he will definitely say yes. Shui Yan brought her exquisite face closer to Lin, her eyes staring fixedly at him as she exhaled a cool and serene breath. But you know that it's not really possible. That's just his preference for you. If you really want what's best for him, then don't go. And Lin was dumbfounded. What was he talking about? What do you mean he knows? He didn't know. The ancient dragon empress felt a headache coming on as she looked at the two of them, who were about to start a fight. All right, let's not talk about this for now. And Lin, you haven't been to the land of eternal light, right? How about I show you around? For the first time, the dragon emperor revealed a sweet and friendly smile. It couldn't be helped. If they didn't mediate, the two sides might start fighting for no reason. All right. And Lin also wanted to tour the land of eternal light. Oh, that's right. If you need my help with treating Chen Chen's injuries, feel free to tell me, and Lin said to Shui Yan. Shui Yan tilted her head to the side. No need. The ancient dragon empress smiled apologetically. Shui Yan is only a child. Please don't mind her. If there's anything I need your help with, I'll definitely tell you. And Lin nodded. Chen Chen was injured because of him. He still felt a bit guilty about this. I'll be leaving first. Sorry for the trouble, big sister Jinling. Shui Yan clearly couldn't be bothered to bring Lin along. She flew lightly toward the heaven-crushing, glazed palace. The ancient dragon empress felt a bit helpless upon seeing Shui Yan's expression. And Lin, I'm sorry. Shui Yan isn't usually like this. Perhaps Chen Chen's recent actions have made her jealous. Jealous? Jealous of who? And Lin was at a loss. The ancient dragon empress turned her crimson eyes toward Lin. Who else could she be jealous of? You, of course. What? And Lin's mouth gaped open. He was shocked. Shui Yan likes Chen Chen. This is a secret among the higher-ups of the heaven-crushing sect. Your appearance has made her feel a sense of danger. Chen Chen treats you far too well. To be honest, even I'm a bit jealous, the ancient dragon empress said matter-of-factly. And Lin, Chen Chen and I, our relationship is very pure, and Lin said with difficulty. Do you think that girls won't get jealous just because their relationship is pure? You're underestimating the jealousy of girls. The ancient dragon empress couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing Lin's deflated expression. Little sister Shui Yan has never seen Chen Chen treat anyone better than he treats her. Apart from you. And Lin's lips twitched. What's going on? I have a rival in love? Tui. No, I've become Shui Yan's imaginary rival in love? This girl looks cold and aloof. It's hard to tell that she's actually quite passionate about Chin, and Lin suddenly had a few more thoughts in his mind. Chin was always expressionless, and Shui Yan was quite compatible with him. If he could set them up, he suddenly felt like this would be very fun. The ancient dragon empress led Lin through the land of eternal light. She wore a colorful dragon robe that accentuated her slender waist. Her chest was perky, and her figure was tall and impressive. Her long, slender, and fair calves were faintly discernible under the slit of her dragon robe. The dragon horns on her head were as exquisite and flawless as red jade. Coupled with her heroic and charming face, she gave off a sense of beauty and heroism at first glance. And Lin could sense that the ancient dragon empress aura had become more and more stable after experiencing one major event after another. She was no longer as intimidating as she had been when they first met. Instead, she was more like a valiant and heroic big sister. However, and Lin knew that this wasn't because her edges had been smoothed out. Rather, it was because an unimaginably large volcano had been hidden within her body. Once it erupted, it would shake heaven and earth. This is the heaven-crushing sect's third echelon drill ground. The ancient dragon empress pointed at an area within the land of eternal light that had a circumference of 150 kilometers. It was enshrouded by a light barrier that resembled an eggshell. And Lin could see that there were many returned to void stage mighty figures practicing their heaven-crushing techniques within the drill ground. At the top of the light barrier, there was a large heaven character that had been formed using water energy. Many returned to void stage mighty figures were using their heaven-crushing techniques to attack the barrier. Most of the return to void stage mighty figures with average aptitudes are in the third echelon drill ground. Only those who can destroy the heaven shield will be able to advance to the second echelon, the ancient dragon empress explained. Impressive. I can already simulate the heaven-crushing techniques as soon as I've entered the sect. An expression of astonishment appeared on Lin's face. He could sense that there was actually a thin membrane that was extremely similar to the power of the heavens above the barrier. The ancient dragon empress extended a slender finger and pointed at the barrier. Only by destroying that barrier will one have the ability to harm Heaven Pioneer stage, heavenly human tribe, powerful beings. And Lin nodded. Even the weakest official member of the heaven-crushing sect is at the return to void stage. There are around 80% of those who can destroy that barrier. The ancient dragon empress chuckled and said, all of the disciples that your 4-9 immortal sect sent to me for guidance were able to destroy that barrier. A smile appeared on Lin's face. Thankfully, I didn't disappoint teacher, ancient dragon empress. A faint smile appeared on the ancient dragon empress face. The best part is yet to come. Now, let me show you the pillars of the heaven-crushing sect. Chapter 1839. And Lin's interest was instantly piqued upon hearing this. They walked toward the eastern region of the land of eternal light. A barrier that looked like a 9-colored, glazed wall enshrouded a huge space. And Lin could sense 9 different types of powers emanating from the barrier. The barrier was imbued with the power of the heavens. Furthermore, the powers of the heavens of the different elements stacked on top of one another to form an even more powerful and sturdy sky. There were only a few members who were undergoing internal training, and all of them were extremely powerful. Even Lin's expression changed slightly. There were 6 people in total. One was at the return to void intermediate stage, for we're at the return to void final stage, and one was at the Tao integration stage. He also saw the top-rate celestial immortals of the celestial court, the mighty spirit god and true Lord Wuda. These are the core forces of our heaven-crushing sect. All of them can pose a threat to Heaven Pioneer stage great generals. Most of them are already stationed in the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army, so there are very few people here. These people are either here to rest or to attempt to break through the heaven-crushing 9 Heavens trial. They want to break through this glazed barrier and enter the first echelon of the heaven-crushing sect. The ancient dragon empress pointed at the powerful beings in front of them. Dabai, Sun Yulua, Su Qianyun, Xin Yuancheng, and Yao Mingxi from your sect are probably members of the second echelon, the ancient dragon empress said. And Lin felt like he was going to give Dabai a good spanking when he got back. This be asterisk starred isn't part of the first echelon? How embarrassing. The ancient dragon empress led Lin to a place beside the heaven-crushing glazed palace. They entered a place that was covered in layers of restrictions, and Lin could actually sense the terrifying power of the nomological laws of the ruler of hell in that place. His vision blurred, and the space around him changed. Heaven and earth instantly changed, and Lin felt like he had arrived in a primordial world. What he saw was a barren, blood-red world with the skeletal remains of massive beasts. Terrifying energy currents wreaked havoc everywhere, and the space around him was extremely fragile. The sky was split into two layers. The bottom layer was white, and the top layer was black. However, in the blink of an eye, the bottom layer was black, and the top layer was white. Black and white rotated, growing and multiplying without end. The destruction of chaos and the creation of new matter. This is what it looked like when the world was first created. And Lin seemed to have sensed something. Have we arrived at the land of eternal light's small world? A faint smile appeared on the ancient dragon empress lips. To put it more accurately, we've arrived in a simulated small world. However, all of the properties of this simulated world are the same as the worlds created by normal gods of creation. In fact, it's even more resolute. And Lin caught sight of a holy martial clan living being in the distance, who was currently sitting with his legs crossed and eyes closed. The energy emanating from his body surged relentlessly, and it was so condensed that it appeared as if it had materialized. Then it rippled through heaven and earth, and Lin was slightly astonished. Not only was his opponent at the Tao integration intermediate stage, but even the heaven-crushing true intent he was exuding was extremely pure. This is the heaven-crushing sect's first echelon. Your 4-9 immortal sects Xiaohong, Cassidy, Tobias, Shuizhantian, Little Huang, Xiaozhe, and Xiaotu are all powerful beings of this echelon. The 4 emperors of the celestial court of the Kingdom of the 9 States and the Tao integration stage, super mighty figures of the 4 great sects, are also members of this level. All those who have entered this echelon are the core members of the heaven-crushing sect. If they want to cultivate here, there's only one thing they have to do if they want to progress further. The ancient dragon empress pointed up at the black and white sky. Use the heaven-crushing technique to tear open the sky of this small world with your own power. You're not just going to tear open the sky. Instead, you're going to destroy the small world's heavenly Tao and replace it. And Lin looked up at the chaotic sky and couldn't help but draw a sharp intake of breath as he sensed the indestructible barrier. Gasp. That's a little exaggerated, the ancient dragon empress chuckled. And Lin, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for you to break it open? Just unleash your finger of the heavenly Tao once. As for the method to replace the heavenly Tao, Cyril, and Chin can also teach you if you join the heaven-crushing sect. Oh, there's no need for that. Chin has already taught me that method in secret. And Lin shook his head, ancient dragon empress. So just how many things has Chin been hiding from us? Even if he's giving us special treatment, there has to be a limit. The ancient dragon empress suddenly felt depressed again, and Lin was still sighing with emotion. Never would he have thought that the heaven-crushing sect would actually prepare a small world for its members to practice their heaven-crushing techniques. This was really, what if someone really can break open this world and replace the heavenly Tao? And Lin asked curiously. The ancient dragon empress smiled. In that case, they would become heavenly disciple candidates of our heaven-crushing sect. In theory, they would be able to contend with the heavenly human tribes, heavenly gods, and heavenly gods. Our heaven-crushing sect will use all available resources to nurture heavenly disciple candidates so that they have a chance to become true heavenly disciples. Currently, there are only 3 heavenly disciple candidates: the Western Buddhist kingdom's battling Buddha, the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation's Holy Angel Michael, and the Dark Night Spirit Realm's Fairy Queen Yun Menjing. All of them are working hard to become the 5th heavenly disciple. And Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion again. The heaven-crushing sect really is full of talented people. He knew what it meant to be able to destroy the heavenly Tao of a small world and rebuild it. This was definitely a power that was even more bad *SS than a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. The ancient Dragon Empress heaved a faint sigh. We originally had 4 heavenly disciple candidates. It's a pity that Xian Ting perished during the execution of the heavenly gods. That's right, the 4-9 Immortal sect is full of talented people. An envious expression suddenly appeared on the ancient Dragon Empress' face. If your sects by Ling, Tina, and Su Xiaolan join the heaven-crushing sect, they will definitely become heavenly disciple candidates. Even in the heaven-crushing sect, they would be pillars of support. If things go smoothly, they might even become heavenly disciples. Don't even think about poaching them. They love me so much, so there's no way they would join your heaven-crushing sect. And Lin mercilessly cut off the ancient Dragon Empress delusions. The ancient Dragon Empress' eyes lit up. How about you join the heaven-crushing sect and become the 3rd heavenly disciple? Seeing as Chun Chen loves you so much, and Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood. Who would have thought that you'd become so mischievous? The ancient Dragon Empress still wore a warm and gentle smile on her face. All right, I'll take you to see Cyril. The 2 of them left the small world and walked into the heaven-crushing glazed palace. The entire palace was constructed from extremely special glazed materials, and it was extremely beautiful and spectacular. Not only was the energy density of this glazed material extremely high, but one could also see a completely different sky through the glazed area. Some skies were overcast with dark clouds, some skies were clear and boundless, some skies were filled with snow, and some skies were filled with a sea of blood. And Lin looked up at the ceiling and admired the different states of the sky with great interest. Some of the skies were extremely distorted and chaotic, presenting an extremely illogical appearance. However, his instincts told him that these types of skies really did exist. Mr. and Lin, we meet again. At this moment, a calm voice suddenly traveled over. Chapter 1840. And Lin raised his head to discover that Cyril was walking toward him with a smile on his face. He wore a red Taoist robe embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars. His features were handsome, and his huge bat wings were tucked behind his back. His eyes were red, but they were extremely gentle and calm, giving onlookers a sense of joy and comfort. This is the 2nd time we've officially met since we parted ways on Earth. Cyril smiled. An apologetic expression appeared on Lin's face. I've caused trouble for them with the heavenly fire god incident, Mr. Lin. You're treating me like an outsider. We're a family, and your problems are our problems. There's no such thing as causing trouble or not, Cyril said with a serious expression. And Lin faltered upon hearing this. Did he hear wrongly? Advance and retreat together as a family? Come, let me introduce you. Cyril held onto Lin's hand enthusiastically as they walked toward the center of the heaven-crushing glazed palace. He pointed at a muscular, true demon tribe male with a huge gourd on his back and said, "This is my heavenly disciple attendant, Demon Emperor Siyu." "I've heard so much about you, Demon Emperor Siyu," and Lin said respectfully. He was the former #1 powerful being of the true demon tribe, and he was from the same era as the ancient fiend celestial. "Ha ha ha! Sect leader and Lin, I've heard so much about you. Everyone says that the younger generation will surpass the older in time, but you've managed to rise to this level in such a short time. I'm truly amazed." Demon Emperor Siyu chortled with glee, making him look like a heroic middle-aged man. This is our heavenly disciple candidate, fairy monarch Yun Menjing from the ancient Tai Chu realm's dark night spirit realm, Cyril continued. Greetings, esteemed sect leader in Lin. You're a man with unparalleled luck. It's an honor to meet you. A female fairy with a sweet and clear voice stepped forward and bowed elegantly. Her skin was smooth, and her eyes shone with a bright white light. Hello, fellow Taoist Yun Menjing. Do all of you speak so nicely? And Lin felt very comfortable being praised. He extended his hand and shook the female elf's hand. Yun Menjing covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Her two pointy ears perked up slightly as she raised her eyebrows. The members of the heaven-crushing sect all have very pleasant tongues. Do you want to join us? It had to be said that the heaven-crushing sect's heavenly disciple was truly fond of Lin. The ancient dragon empress had only just concluded her recruitment campaign, yet Yun Menjing was already extending invitations to him. Haha, let's talk about it later. And Lin hurriedly said perfunctorily. Yun Menjing let out a soft moan. Her figure flashed, and she actually directly threw herself into Lin's embrace. For a moment, he was filled with warmth and fragrance. Really? Do you want me to go down, or do you want me to go down? Yun Menjing's lips parted slightly as she gently breathed out a moist fragrance towards Lin. Even if her skin was dark under her exquisite, perfect, and extremely three-dimensional appearance, she exuded a different kind of charm. And Lin was dumbstruck for a moment. What was going on now? And Lin's breathing quickened significantly. And Lin finally understood the meaning behind Yun Menjing's words. He hurriedly pushed the female elf in front of him away. Wait, fellow Taoist Yun Menjing, I think you've misunderstood my words. What's wrong? Yun Menjing's eyes were misty. Her slender and smooth legs moved slightly, and the dark black cicada wings behind her trembled incessantly. It looked like she wanted to continue, pouncing towards him. What I said just now was to talk about it later, and Lin repeated seriously. Yun Menjing was slightly dazed upon hearing this. Then, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. Oh, an awkward yet polite smile appeared on Cyril's face. Fellow Taoist and Lin, please don't take offense. The reason why Yun Menjing is like this is because she's been holding herself back for far too long. And Lin's mouth gaped open in shock. She said something like this with a straight face, and he still wanted him to not take offense. However, Cyril continued, she is the last survivor of the Dark Night elf tribe. At the time, the ancient Tai Chu realm was ravaged, and all of the Dark Night elf tribe were wiped out. She only survived because she was in an alternate realm outside of the ancient Tai Chu realm. As the last survivor of her tribe, her reproductive and mating instincts are extremely strong. She desperately wants to produce offspring with the bloodline of the Dark Night elf tribe. The bloodlines of humans and elves are very similar, which is why Yun Menjing made this choice. All right, and Lin reluctantly accepted this setting. However, there are so many humans out there. Why must it be me? Yun Menjing smiled upon hearing this. I'm not that desperate to choose a random human. I, Yun Menjing, am a woman who is determined to ascend to the heavens. Those who can be chosen by me must at least be at the level of a heavenly disciple. Cyril is merciless and Chin Chin is watching. She inched closer to Lin again, and her slender arms wrapped around Lin's waist. She raised her delicate and flawless face and said in a seductive voice, So, I only have you. I know, Su Xiaolan is your Tao partner. I can choose not to be your Tao partner. Yun Menjing's slender hands gently stroked Lin's back, and her slender waist twisted slightly. Her eyes were misty as she said, I can be your lover. As long as you give me a baby, I'll do whatever you want of me, and Lin felt as if his worldview had been completely refreshed. As long as she gave birth to a baby, she could become his lover? So when a tribe was forced to the point where there was only one of them left, they would become this crazy? He pushed Yin Menjing away again and rejected her request with a righteous expression. Although this female elf had a very sexy figure and her beauty was all so top-notch, she was too black. No, even if she was white, there was nothing he could do about it. And Lin was a loyal man. Yun Menjing was rejected for the second time, and she pouted with dissatisfaction. Who knows how many people there are in the heaven-crushing sect? I don't even care about them. Now, my request is already so low, and you still reject me. All right, Yun Menjing, I've given you a chance, but Lin isn't willing. This matter ends here, Cyril said in an implacable voice. Yun Menjing could only reluctantly retreat. However, as she retreated, she insisted on asking for Lin's voice transmission talisman, as if she were unwilling to give up. Cyril was very enthusiastic, and he brought Lin to tour the core area of the heaven-crushing sect. There was an extremely small spell formation the size of a scallion pancake. Apparently, this was the key to crushing the heavens, and Lin could sense that this small spell formation was only a button, and it was only a catalyst to activate the larger spell formation. As for the larger spell formation, it had probably already fused with heaven and earth. It was formless, and ethereal. Once it was revealed, it would definitely trigger an unimaginably terrifying event. Crushing the heavens is a very artistic thing, especially when it is breaking through the supreme, heavenly Tao of the entire universe. This is the greatest art in the world. Cyril stroked the small spell formation as he spoke with a smile. Our heaven-crushing sect is an open and tolerant sect. As long as you have enough aptitude and strength, you will be a heavenly son, and you will have the opportunity to become the true heavenly Tao. There is only one heavenly Tao. You have so many heavenly sons and heavenly son candidates. How are you going to divide them? Are you going to fight it out? And Lin chuckled. It's not as simple as fighting. There are many other things involved, and I'll explain them to you in the future. Cyril turned to look at Lin with a serious expression and said, If you join the heaven-crushing sect, you will have the highest chance of becoming the heavenly Tao. Chapter 1841. And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. However, he quickly came to his senses. You're trying to trick me into joining the sect again. Cyril spoke with a serious expression. I'm not lying to you. This is the final result that Chen Qin and I arrived at after extensive research. And Lin was still unconvinced. Don't you want to replace the heavenly Tao? If that's the case, why are you still trying to convince me to join the sect? The answer is obvious. If you don't join the heaven-crushing sect, I have a 7% chance of becoming the heavenly Tao, while Chen Qin has a 5% chance of becoming the heavenly Tao. Once you join the heaven-crushing sect, you have a 20% chance of becoming the heavenly Tao, while I have a 10% chance of becoming the heavenly Tao, while Chen Qin has a 7% chance of becoming the heavenly Tao. You are indeed the most likely to become the heavenly Tao, but what do you think I'll choose? Cyril smiled, and Lin was astonished again. Am I that useful? Can I even increase the success rate? Don't underestimate yourself. You are very important to us and to this world. Cyril spoke with a serious expression as he looked into Lin's eyes. Oh, right, don't join the heaven-mending sect. They're a bunch of cowards with no future, and they'll drag this world to its death sooner or later. Cyril didn't forget to mock his competitors, and Lin's lips twitched. Will joining the heaven-mending sect lower your chances of becoming the heavenly Tao? Cyril, you sure know how to draw inferences, Cyril said with a resigned expression. Clearly, he didn't deny Lin's words, and Lin finally realized what kind of role he could play in this war. If Cyril wasn't lying, he was probably even more important than Cyril. However, he really didn't want to become the heavenly Tao. It didn't sound fun at all. All he wanted was world peace, to marry Xiaolan, and to live a carefree life as an immortal. By the way, how are Chun Chen's injuries? And Lin was still worried, and he asked again. He knew that Cyril was the one who understood Chen Chen's injuries the best. Don't worry, he won't die now, Cyril said in a relaxed tone. I'm asking how are his injuries. And Lin looked at Cyril. Cyril was silent for a long while before replying, It's not looking good. The heavenly light goddess placed an eternal and inextinguishable light seed in his chest. Chen Chen can only suppress this seed with all his might, but he can't get rid of it quickly. As for how long it will take for him to get rid of this seed, I can't say for sure. And Lin's brows furrowed. Eternal and indestructible light seed. This should be a type of application of the power of the heavenly Tao. I'm quite proficient in the application of the powers of the heavenly Tao. Can you take me to see Chin Chin? Cyril sighed. If it's because you feel guilty, it's not because of guilt. And Lin interrupted Cyril with a resolute expression. It's because I want to save Chin Chin. The ancient Dragon Empress expression shifted slightly. Cyril fell silent again. Heaven-breaking, glazed palace. Heaven-condensing, secret realm. Chen Chin sat cross-legged in the center of the mystic realm. Everything in this mystic realm seemed to be at a standstill. The temperature here was infinitely close to absolute zero, and the flow of energy was also suppressed to its lowest point. But even so, the ball of light in his chest continued to erupt with terrifying explosions. The suppression of this ball of light by the entire mystic realm was extremely limited. Shui Yan, who was beside him, suddenly opened her azure eyes and stared at the three people walking toward her. And Lin, why did you still come? The female was a little angry, but she still lowered her voice as much as possible. She didn't want to startle Chin Chin. Chin Chin had already entered the Immaculate Realm and isolated himself from the outside world. He was completely focused on dealing with the light seed in his body. This process was extremely important, so Shui Yan didn't even dare to speak loudly. Shui Yan, don't be rude. I brought in Lin here to take a look, Cyril said. Shui Yan's voice was cold and resentful. What's the point of taking a look? Don't tell me he can get rid of the heavenly light goddess's power? Chin Chin can only do this himself. Even Master Cyril won't be able to help him. And Lin didn't reply. Instead, he walked toward Chin Chin, who was sitting cross-legged. He looked at Chin Chin's pale face and the gigantic hole in his chest. He then recalled the warm and sunny smile on Chin Chin's face when he carried the heavenly fire god over, and his heart throbbed with pain. He carefully sensed the ball of light in front of Chin Chin's chest, and he sensed a power that he had never sensed before from the ball of light. The power of light was concentrated to the extreme, and it contained an explosive release of boundless energy. It could easily destroy a planet and disintegrate everything into light. However, it also gave off a feeling that this was a gift from the heavens. It was as if this was their final destination, their future and their hope. Is this the power of the light god? It transforms everything into light, and light can evolve into all things. From then on, this cycle will never end, and it will conform to the natural order of the heavens. The eternal light seed is a power that can self-destruct. Its existence is eternal, it is matter, it is reality, and Lin's eyes turned pure white, and he tried to analyze the power in front of him. However, his divine inspection technique couldn't find any flaws in the spell technique in front of him. The only feedback he received was that this spell technique was very powerful, and he couldn't break it at all. You've seen it, and you understand that you won't be able to help much with your current strength, right? Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb Chen's recovery. Shui Yan's anger subsided slightly when she saw Lin's expression. However, she still tried to chase him away, and Lin didn't move, and a determined expression appeared on his face. Just because I can't see any flaws doesn't mean that there aren't any. It's just that I'm not strong enough. Since that's the case, let's try this move. A formless ripple suddenly spread out in all directions and merged with heaven and earth. Countless silvery white veined patterns appeared in his eyes, and they formed a huge net that enveloped everything. The net spread out in all directions, and everything in the world appeared in his eyes. Tangible, intangible, real, fake, quiet. Moving this was a spell technique that he hadn't used in a very long time. It was the divine simulation technique that could analyze everything. Everything in the world became extremely clear in his eyes. Not only could he clearly see the movements of any particle, but he could also see how it had moved in the past, as well as how it would move in the future. And Lin focused all of his attention on the ball of light in Chen Chen's chest. Instantly, he felt a piercing pain in his eyes. Ah! Tears of blood suddenly flowed from Lin's eyes, and he wailed in agony. What was even more painful was his consciousness. It was as if light was exploding within it. If it weren't for the fact that his consciousness had already been cultivated to the God of Creation stage, his consciousness would most likely have already ceased to exist. And Lin? Cyril's expression changed drastically. Are you all right? The ancient dragon empress was also frightened, and she quickly approached Lin. Don't come over. I can hold on. And Lin roared. He continued to activate his divine simulation technique, and his eyes, which were dripping tears of blood, stared fixedly at the ball of light in Chen Chen's chest. Seeing this, Shui Yen couldn't help but be moved. Why? The divine simulation technique could analyze all things in heaven and earth. It could connect cause and effect, as well as the past and present. Regardless of what power it was, it would reveal a flaw. Although the power of the light god was of a very high level, since Chen Chen was able to resist it, it definitely wasn't invincible or flawless. And Lin firmly believed that he would be able to find a flaw. However, he didn't expect that the backlash from analyzing the power of light would be so terrifying. Even so, he didn't cower in the slightest. Instead, he used all of the power of his consciousness to resist this terrifying backlash. I'm just one step away. The eternally indestructible light seed has a special method of alternating reincarnation. As long as I can find a flaw in one of its links and destroy any link, I'll be able to break through its indestructibility. Tears of blood flowed from Lin's eyes as a god of creation stage power erupted from his body. Boom! The extremely dense power of his consciousness spread out in all directions. Regardless of whether it was Shui Yen, the ancient dragon empress, or Cyril, they were all stunned by the terrifying power of Lin's consciousness. They couldn't believe that this was the sole power of a return to void stage cultivator. Found it! And Lin let out a low roar, and a crimson divine halo suddenly appeared above his head. At the same time, 4 Tao Jades of the heavenly gods also appeared. 5 bursts of power that contain the might of the supreme nomological laws suddenly burst forth, and they crazily pounced toward the light seed in Chin Chen's chest. Chin Chin, I'll definitely save you, and I'll do it right now. Chapter 1842. The ancient dragon empress expression changed drastically. Heavens! And Lin, he can actually use 5 powers of the heavenly gods at the same time. Shui Yen was also momentarily rooted to the spot when she saw Lin's reckless actions. And Lin was willing to go to such lengths for Chin Chin. What right did she have to stop Lin and Chen Chin? Rumble! Another burst of power pounced toward Lin from the surrounding space. Crap! The heaven-crushing sex automatic defensive formation has been activated. Cyril's expression changed, and he immediately used his power to suppress the spell formation's attack. The heaven-crushing sex automatic defensive formation clearly treated Lin as a heavenly god. After all, that burst of power was far too similar to a heavenly god's. No, it was the power of a heavenly god, and Lin had already found a flaw in the light seed. However, he still needed power to pry it open. The power of light was terrifyingly powerful. Normal powers didn't even have the right to touch it. However, Lin didn't panic in the slightest. This was because he possessed the powers of the heavenly gods. He and the heavenly light goddess both used powers of the heavenly gods. Although their levels were different, they were of the same element, so the repulsive force was much lower. It was still possible for him to pry open a small hole in the opponent's power. If one heavenly god wasn't enough, then he would use 2. If 2 heavenly gods weren't enough, then he would use 5. Within the ball of light that was eternally indestructible and exploding, there was the screeching of metal, the roaring of thunder, the trembling of mountains, the scorching of flames, and the howling of gales. The 5 bursts of powers of the heavenly gods crashed relentlessly into the areas that Lin had identified as the flaws. Suddenly, a tiny black line appeared in the extremely pure eternal light, which contained countless hopes after being attacked again and again. He actually succeeded. An expression of disbelief appeared on Cyril's face. Shui Yan was so excited that she couldn't speak. She stared fixedly at the scene unfolding before her, clenching her fists so tightly that her fingernails dug into her palms. Chin Chin had clearly immersed himself in the spotless realm. However, at this moment, it was as if their hearts were connected. He actively coordinated with Lin's power and launched an all-out attack on the light seed in his chest. Once the eternal state of light was broken, it would undergo an irreversible decay. The thin black line within the pure light grew larger and larger until it completely engulfed the light and disappeared. Without the light seed's attack, the bloody hole in Chin Chen's chest began to heal at a visible rate. Without the light seed's attack, the wound began to heal at a visible rate. Chin Chin, are you all right? Shui Yan excitedly went over to support him. I'm fine. Chin Chin shook his head before opening his eyes with great difficulty. Thank you, Lin. I didn't think that you would be able to help me eliminate. When he saw the appearance of the man in front of him, his words were stuck in his throat and his pupils shrank. And Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and tears of blood were flowing from his eyes. His face was deathly pale, and even his aura had become like a candle flickering in the wind, as if it would be snuffed out at any moment. As long as you're all right, I'm glad. I've finally been of some use. You were far too worrisome. A smile appeared on Lin's face. As he smiled, blood began to flow from his nostrils and ears. Chin Chen's mouth gaped open. I'm more worried about you now. And Lin wanted to say something, but his consciousness was swallowed by extreme exhaustion and dizziness. He sank into darkness. And Lin, sect leader and Lin. Chun Chin rushed over and hugged Lin. He didn't care about the blood that stained his simple hemp garments. His calm face was filled with worry, and his eyes reddened involuntarily. And Lin, why did you do this? I should have been able to repel this power on my own. Chun Chun hugged Lin, who was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. He desperately tried to stabilize Lin's condition. Cyril sighed. In order to help Lin obtain the power of fire, you were willing to offend the heavenly light goddess, even at the cost of angering her. At first, I didn't quite understand why you did that, but now I feel like everything you did was worth it. Shui Yan pursed her lips tightly, and her heart was filled with shame as she recalled the way she had treated Lin. Even her ice-cold cheeks felt a little hot from the shame. As for the ancient dragon empress, she didn't know what else to say. And Lin had refreshed her worldview time and time again. In particular, the light seed that even Cyril couldn't do anything about was dispelled by Lin. It would be a lie to say that she didn't admire Lin. The cultivator, who hid in his turtle shell the first time he saw her, had already grown to become even more powerful than her. The ancient dragon empress had initially thought that her growth was already very fast. However, compared to Lin, she paled in comparison. Within a stretch of darkness, it was a blur, after an unknown amount of time, and Lin suddenly saw a stretch of pure light in the haziness. He had a feeling that his family, friends, sect disciples, and the world he lived in were all enveloped by this pure light. This light symbolized everything that existed, everything that was beautiful and hopeful, and everything that he desired to protect. He wanted to approach the light, but no matter what, he couldn't. He could only struggle in the endless darkness. He looked at the light in the distance like a stranded fish. Apart from struggling, he could only wait for death to descend upon him in pain. No, no, save me, let me pass! And Lin reached out to grab the light. However, he discovered that the darkness in front of him was a little rough and warm. The light grew brighter and brighter. Finally, Lin opened his eyes. He discovered that one of his hands was grabbing onto Chen Chen's clothes, while the other hand was touching Chen's chest. And Lin was dazed. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Shui Yan's expression darkened. On the other hand, Chen Chen's expression was natural. He smiled happily and said, "And Lin, you're finally awake. Do you feel better?" And Lin immediately released his hands and checked the condition of his body. He discovered that the injuries he had suffered from the backlash had all healed. Moreover, he felt that his entire body was full of energy. It was as if he had fully recovered. I'm fine now." And Lin said excitedly, "Of course, Chin Chin fed you all of his precious elixirs." Shui Yan muttered softly. Chin Chin glanced at Shui Yan. Shui Yan immediately fell silent. However, after a moment, she spoke again, and Lin, "HM, what's wrong?" And Lin looked at the delicate and flawless young girl beside him. Shui Yan took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry. The words I said to you before were too much. I was wrong. It's all right. You did it for Chen's own good." And Lin smiled magnanimously. Shui Yan's smile was like a lotus flower blooming on a snowy mountain. And Lin, thank you. Chapter 1843. After resting for a while, and Lin bade farewell to Chin Chin and the others and returned to the 4-9 Immortal Sect. He had reaped great rewards this time. Not only had he killed the Heavenly Game God, but he had also absorbed the Heavenly Fire God's heavenly power into his own body, causing his strength to increase significantly. After the two paramount Heavenly Gods, the Heavenly Light Goddess and the Heavenly Earth God had joined the fray, at the very least, they wouldn't send Heavenly Gods to hunt down the powerful beings of the Tai Chu continent anymore. Welcome back, Sect Leader Lin. Sect Leader Lin is unparalleled in this world and has emerged victorious in every battle. You are the Emperor of the Immortal Tao. Outside the gate of the 4-9 Immortal Sect, another group of disciples stood in line to welcome their sect leader. And Lin smiled and was just about to speak when a fragrant scent wafted over, and a soft body threw itself into his arms. "What did you do?" "I was so worried," Su Xiaolan complained in her sweet voice. "I went to seduce the heavenly gods. It's very easy to expose myself if I bring too many people with me," and Lin explained as he patted her back. "Humph." Su Xiaolan pouted. "You still went to seduce the heavenly gods when you had me with you? Scumbag." And Lin, Sect Leader Lin, did you reap any rewards from this trip? Bai Ling stood at the very front of the welcoming line and asked curiously. "My rewards were not bad. I killed 2 heavenly gods, the Heavenly Game God and the Heavenly Fire God," and Lin replied indifferently. Gasp! All the welcoming disciples stared at their sect leader in shock. He had just slain 2 heavenly gods, but he was able to make it sound so nonchalant, as if he had just slain 2 rabbits in the wilderness. As expected of their sect leader, many of the disciples' eyes were already glowing with scorching light. To them, Lin was like a mighty god, and feelings of admiration, reverence, and pride welled up in their hearts. "Looks like normal heavenly gods are no longer a threat to our beloved sect leader," Bai Ling said with a relaxed smile on her face. "It's all right. We still can't underestimate any heavenly deity," and Lin said seriously. And Lin returned to the sect to recuperate, eating, sleeping, and hitting Goldie. When he was bored, he would teach Yiling sword techniques. The days welcomed a short period of peace. Before he knew it, half a month had passed. An explosive sound could be heard from within in Lin's sea of energy, along with an unwilling wail. The essence of the heaven beyond true immortals, Dao Bone, was completely digested and absorbed into his body. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. I will now impart the high-level war god's secret technique, Dark Immortal Transformation. Suddenly, a huge amount of information surged into his mind, threatening to burst his brain. An unimaginably vast Tao realm true, meaning pulled him into a strange realm. On the boundless land, he saw the back of a figure standing proudly, ethereal and otherworldly, boundlessly imposing. He was clearly in the world, yet he seemed to have transcended it. With a light wave of his hand, the winds and clouds changed color, and the earth split apart. With a single hand, he could grasp the sun, moon, and stars in the palm of his hand. This was a king who could rule over everything. Even heaven and earth were unable to trap him, and even heaven and earth were fearful of him. Is this the heaven beyond true immortal? And Lin came to a realization, and his eyes lit up. The Dark Immortal Transformation was actually a state of the heaven beyond true immortal. And Lin could use this Dark Immortal Transformation mystic technique to obtain a portion of the heaven beyond true immortal's power. The more powerful he was, the longer he could maintain the Dark Immortal Transformation state, and the more complete the power he could unleash. This was an extremely terrifying buff spell technique. After obtaining the Dark Immortal Transformation, and Lin spent a few more days digesting it. Finally, on a bright and sunny morning, and Lin found Bai Ling again. Big sister Bai, I want to find a training ground. Training ground? What level do you need? Bai Ling was currently in the laboratory, and she adjusted her custom-made research glasses with curiosity in her bright eyes. And Lin blinked. I don't know what level I need either. The power I'm about to unleash might be very powerful and surpass my limit. Surpass your limit? Bai Ling's expression instantly became serious. That's not going to be easy to find. She thought about it carefully, and her first thought was about her small phoenix world. However, she was very afraid that Lin would accidentally blow up the entire small phoenix world, and that would be a huge loss. How about this? We'll designate the area between our grassland territory and the Purple Star Civilization ruins as your training ground. I'll then set up some restrictions and an energy absorption barrier for you. When you unleash your techniques, you'll unleash your techniques in the direction of the Purple Star Civilization ruins. How does that sound? Bai Ling suggested, and Lin thought about it for a moment. The Purple Star Civilization ruins were a dangerous place to begin with, so they wouldn't harm the innocent. Furthermore, Bai Ling had set up an energy absorption barrier along the way, which would be able to recycle the energy of his techniques. This was a very good plan, and he nodded in agreement. The blue barrier of light was like a tunnel with no end in sight, traversing across the grassland of the realm of the fallen phoenix. This blue barrier of light is over 500 kilometers in length. Not only is its defensive prowess invincible, but it also possesses an extremely powerful energy absorption and conversion ability. Countless active particles can be converted into a powerful flow of energy under your control, which will flow to the sect to supply its daily energy expenses. A proud expression appeared on Bai Ling's face. Feel free to cultivate within the barrier of light. This tunnel has been fused with the top-tier energy technology of the Purple Star and is in a liquid state. It will act like a sponge and absorb all of your energy layer by layer. It won't cause any destructive effects to the outside world, Bai Ling added confidently. And Lin's heart immediately eased upon hearing this. All right, then I'll try out my new spell technique, Dark Immortal Transformation. Boom! An inky black pillar of light soared into the sky, obscuring the sunlight. It was as if the dark energy was going to engulf all things. Bai Ling would never be able to forget the scene that appeared before her eyes. The blue barrier of light was instantly torn to shreds by the darkness. A black blade projection traversed across the entire land, extending from the realm of the fallen phoenix all the way to the Purple Star Civilization ruins. It was as if it was going to slice the entire land in half, creating a bottomless abyss. What kind of power is this? Bai Ling's eyes widened. she discovered that she could no longer understand what was happening before her eyes. The darkness dissipated, and Lin stood motionlessly on the spot, maintaining his sword-wielding posture. And Lin! Bai Ling came to her senses and called out softly, and Lin did not respond. Bai Ling was even more flustered. Could it be that this bastard had suffered from qi deviation? He's still ignoring me like this? If I approach him recklessly, will he go berserk and slash me with his sword? The fearless Bai Ling was a little flustered after witnessing Lin's performance. Thump! And Lin's stiff body fell forward. His body was still maintaining his sword-wielding posture, and he was as still as a statue. And Lin! Bai Ling finally made up her mind and rushed toward the collapsed Lin. Chapter 1844. Bai Ling hugged the stiffened Lin and discovered that Lin had never been so stiff before. Her soft body made contact with Lin, and it was as if she was hugging a stone statue. And Lin, how are you feeling? Are you still alive? I can't speak, but can I communicate with my consciousness? Bai Ling asked with an urgent expression. Can you stop blabbering? I'm so tired, let me recover. And Lin transmitted his voice through his divine sense, and it was extremely difficult for him to communicate with her. He was like a radio player that had run out of battery and was running out of juice. Oh, all right, leave it to me. A smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. And Lin, your technique is indeed terrifying, but the after effects are a little severe. Is it the 3-second true man technique? No, it should be the 1-second true man technique. You only lasted for a second just then. Bai Ling thought to herself for a moment before correcting herself. And Lin, big sister Bai, I think. I can still be saved. Are you sure you want to keep blabbering with me until I die? And Lin was on the brink of tears. He could feel his life slipping away, but he was completely unable to move. Bai Ling carried Lin over her shoulder and stepped forward. The space around them instantly warped. In the next instant, they had already arrived at a massive laboratory. Thump! Bai Ling tossed Lin into a vat of green nutrient fluid, and Lin instantly felt a large amount of energy flowing into his body, nourishing his entire body, including his consciousness. Bai Ling quickly twirled the inky black test pen in her hand as she adjusted her glasses. That technique of yours was extremely powerful, but it instantly depleted all of the energy in your body, as well as the energy in your sea of vital energy. Even the power of your consciousness was completely depleted. It could be said that you had to burn everything in your body in order to unleash that technique. Hence, when all of the energy in your body was depleted, the vitality of your cells was reduced to the extreme, and you successfully entered a state of suspended animation. It's all thanks to your powerful divine soul that you're still conscious. And Lin listened to Bai Ling's analysis, and he thought back to the first time he had used the origin energy of the netherworld. It had also been very easy for him to use it. However, what's interesting is that this secret technique that can instantly drain your energy doesn't have any side effects. It doesn't harm your body at all. This is very surprising to me. A hint of excitement appeared in Bai Ling's eyes as she spoke, and Lin was proud of himself. Of course, this was a high-level secret art. It was the highest-level secret art that the system had ever given him. Even the 6 strikes of the War God was only an intermediate-rank War God spell technique, so one could imagine just how powerful this secret technique was. So what if he was a real man for a second? Even if it was only for a second, he could conquer all the coquettish bitches in that second. This is Bai Ling. What are you trying to do? And Lin screamed in fear using his inner sight. Nothing, I'm helping you heal. Bai Ling's breathing was a little ragged, and Lin's eyes widened. He could see that Bai Ling was extremely excited, as if she had obtained a treasure that was worth studying for a long time. She was completely unable to repress her desire to continue exploring it. Be a good boy and accept your treatment, and Lin. A pure and beautiful smile appeared on Bai Ling's face, outside the 4-9 Immortal sect. Su Xiaolan wore a jade dress, and she stood at the beginning of the massive fissure in the ground as she surveyed the scene before her. This isn't as simple as just a crack, and Lin has carved out an abyss. Xianyuan Cheng exclaimed with amazement on his face. Su Xiaolan's eyes turned pure golden, and true dragons swam within them. It was as if she could see the end of this fissure that extended to infinity. And Lin slashed from the land of the fallen phoenix to the ruins of the Purple Star civilization. Su Xiaolan said, Xianyuan Cheng. This attack range could no longer be described with words. It was as if it was going to reach the sky. By the way, how is Lin now? Xianyuan Cheng asked again. And Lin is a little weak after using the mystic technique. Bai Ling said that she will be responsible for healing Enlin. Bai Ling is so responsible. Even if she can't visit Enlin, I'm still very assured, Su Xiaolan said with a faint smile. 5 days later, Enlin walked out of Bai Ling's laboratory. He looked at the warm sunlight in the sky and felt that the past few days were like a dream. At first, he clearly refused and was very displeased. But in the end, he felt that the feeling was very comfortable and exciting. Human adaptability was truly terrifying. And Lin, you're welcome to come to my laboratory often, Bai Ling said with a smile. And Lin's body trembled, and he fled in panic. In any case, he had mastered the dark immortal transformation and understood the characteristics of the dark immortal transformation. So this training session was not a waste. If he encountered an emergency, he could use it as a super trump card. And Lin, are you all right? Su Xiaolan walked through the air with a joyful smile on her face. I'm fine. And Lin nodded. A hint of shame welled up in his heart whenever he thought of what had happened in the past 5 days. Oh, right. Principal Wang is looking for you. He's at our sect's drill ground and has been waiting for you for 4 days, Su Xiaolan said. Principal Wang is looking for me? And Lin was a little surprised. He thought back to the principal who had been blowing bubbles, and he felt a little strange. Principal Wang is most likely looking for you because of his whale body, Su Xiaolan speculated. It's been over 100 years, and he still hasn't resolved his whale body? Isn't it just a divine pill? And Lin was astonished. Su Xiaolan massaged her brows. Do you think everyone earns money as easily as you do? And Lin was still in disbelief, and he flew toward the 4-9 Immortal sect's Dao Plaza. On the vast Dao Plaza, there were many sect disciples gathered nearby to look at the whale. Some of them were pointing at it, while others were snickering. Many of them had graduated from the United University of Cultivation, so they were naturally familiar with this principle. However, they still couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of him. There was no other reason other than the fact that the principal was even weirder now. Even though Wang Xinyu was still in his Kuan-Peng form, his body had shrunk drastically to the size of a small whale about 10 feet in size. His appearance was still the same as before, but his entire body was inky black. His 4 legs were slowly gliding through the air, and his eyes were especially large and energetic as he blew bubbles in a bored manner. As for why the disciples were finding this bizarre, it was entirely because Wang Xinyu's head had become extremely large at this moment. His originally streamlined whale body was now rapidly inflated to the shape of a huge watermelon, as if it had been inflated. It was an extremely comical sight to behold. Sigh, what a headache! Wang Xinyu sighed with emotion in his tender, childish voice. Chapter 1845. Wang Xinyu really had no other choice. There was no one in the entire celestial court that could help him. As Enlin's reputation skyrocketed, Wang Xinyu also learned that Enlin possessed unfathomable powers, so he decided to try his luck with Enlin. Sigh, I wonder if he'll be able to help me with this. Wang Xinyu knew that Enlin was very capable, but it would be extremely difficult to cure his illness, so he really didn't have much confidence. Sect leader is here. Sect leader Enlin. All of the disciples suddenly began to yell with excitement. Wang Xinyu looked up into the sky to find a man in a flowing white robe flying toward him. His eyes were bright and spirited, and his disposition was ethereal and otherworldly. The principal couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This student was becoming more and more like an immortal. Principal Wang, I'm really sorry for making you wait for so long. And Lin bowed respectfully toward Wang Xinyu. It's all right, I know you had something to do, so I didn't have to wait for long anyway. Wang Xinyu tried his best to put on a friendly smile. PFFF. And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was already trying his best to hold back his laughter when he saw Wang Xinyu's bloated head. Then he heard Wang Xinyu's soft and tender voice, and it was as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. Wang Xinyu, Principal, you've changed quite a bit in the past 100 years. And Lin tried his best to hold back his laughter. Sigh. Student and Lin, it's a long story. Wang Xinyu swayed his fishtail with a dejected expression. Did you not have enough money to buy a divine pill? If I recall correctly, a divine pill can cure your illness, right? And Lin asked. However, Wang Xinyu immediately shook his head upon hearing Lin's words. No, Mr. Lin, how can a single divine pill solve my problem? There's no one in this world that can create the divine pill I need. What do you mean? And Lin blinked in confusion. Your illness has worsened? Has the difficulty of transforming from a fish into a human increased? Wang Xinyu shook his head. It wouldn't be difficult at all if I just wanted to transform a fish into a human. The problem is, I don't want to be a human anymore. And Lin, don't you want to be human? Principal Wang, you. And Lin looked at the whale in front of him and felt as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. What's so good about being a human? How can you be as free as a fish? Wang Xinyu wriggled his sexy body as he blew bubbles from his mouth. Only fish can swim in water, run on land, and fly in the sky. Furthermore, fish are so beautiful. They're so streamlined and beautiful. They're the most perfect form of life. The corners of Lin's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. Mr. Principal, are you serious? And Lin looked at the short-legged whale in front of him. Of course it's real. You haven't become a Koan, so you can't experience the wonders of becoming a Koan. Being a fish is so much better than being a human. Wang Xinyu continued to dance with excitement. All right, so what do you want me to help you with? And Lin didn't feel like it had anything to do with him, whether Wang Xinyu wanted to be a human or not. So he continued to ask. Wang Xinyu heaved a faint sigh before continuing in his tender voice. Sigh. To tell you the truth, I've encountered some difficulties in the process of transforming into a fish. Over 100 years ago, the Kuan Peng unleashed its core mystic technique, Kuan Peng transformation, on me to transform me into a Kuan. During this process, a special mark has been left in my body, which puts me at a natural disadvantage whenever I see the Kuan Peng. In fact, I might even become its slave. I just want to get rid of the mark, but it's already deeply embedded into my bloodline and completely fused with my fish body, so there's no way to get rid of it. A while ago, I tried to use brute force to get rid of the mark, but a side effect occurred. My bloodline went on a rampage, and I even messed up my head. Sigh, what a headache! 2 streams of tears were already flowing from Wang Xinyu's large, round eyes as he spoke. Wah, Mr. Lin, please don't take offense. After becoming a fish, I don't have many other things, but I have a lot of water, and I like to cry. Wang Xinyu continued to cry as he said, I'm asking for your help because I want you to see if there's any way to completely remove the mark left in my body by the Kuan Peng. Don't worry, I'm definitely not going to be an issue in terms of remuneration. I'm willing to use the 200 million spirit stones that I prepared to buy the divine pill as remuneration. And Lin's heart jolted. 200 million spirit stones was not a small sum. It was enough to buy a relatively good divine pill, and it was definitely a huge sum of money, even for a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure. All right, I'll help you take a look. And Lin walked forward and placed his hand on Wang Xinyu's round head. His divine sense transformed into a burst of energy and began to probe into Wang Xinyu's bloodline. Using his extremely powerful divine sense, and Lin was indeed able to detect the issue with Wang Xinyu's bloodline, including the power of the mark. However, the Kuan-Peng mark had already completely fused into Wang Xinyu's bloodline and had become an inseparable part of his blood. It was impossible to remove it unless he decided to become a fish. As if he had guessed in Lin's thoughts, Wang Xinyu reiterated, "Classmate in Lin, I, Wang Xinyu, will only be a fish in this life." And Lin fell silent for a moment before pulling out his evil-slaying sword. "Little Xia, do you have a way to purify me?" After becoming a divine tool, the evil-slaying sword had gained 3 special skills, one of which was purification. This skill could cleanse all negative effects from its target. The power I can unleash is directly related to your power. If you were at the return to void initial stage before, I wouldn't be able to do anything. But now I think I can give it a try, little Xia's cold and tender voice sounded. And Lin's eyes lit up. Then, I'm counting on you, little Xia. Principal Wang, I'm going to stab you with my sword. I hope you won't resist. Wait, classmate in Lin, why are you stabbing the principal with your sword? It's to treat your illness, of course. No, why is stabbing me to treat my illness? There's no time to explain, eat my sword. Ah. 15 minutes later, and Lin returned to the sect leader palace with the 200 million spirit stones in his hand. Stabbing Principal Wang with a sword for 200 million spirit stones was a fantastic deal. Wang Xinyu looked at Lin, who was happily returning to the sect leader palace with a huge sum of money, and he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. And Lin had stabbed him with his sword, but he still had to give him 200 million spirit stones. Just thinking about it gave him a headache, even though he didn't have a headache. However, he quickly adjusted his state of mind. His watermelon head had disappeared, and he had reverted back to his original round and smooth appearance. He pulled out a mirror and looked at his handsome face. Those thick lips, round head, big eyes. How mesmerizing. A satisfied smile appeared on Wang Xinyu's face. I can cook fish again. Thank you, Lin. I, Wang Xinyu, am leaving now, ha ha ha. Chapter 1846. And Lin felt like his wealth had increased again. He had obtained a large number of void, spirit, tribe, powerful beings' treasures during the spirit realm battle. And in addition to the treasures he already had, he had an unimaginably large sum of money. Treasures didn't count as money just sitting in his storage ring. But he had to use them. Thus, he sought out Emperor Ziwei and exchanged all of the weapons in his storage ring for immortal swords. He emptied out all of the immortal swords in the Celestial Court treasure vault. He then went to the 4 great sects and the 9 imperials for immortal swords. In the end, he emptied out all of the immortal swords in the entire kingdom of the 9 states, and he set his sights on the entire Tai Chu continent. Sect leader Lin's plundering of immortal swords had alerted many of the higher-ups on the Tai Chu continent. All of the top-rate powers that were fighting against the heavenly human tribe all agreed to cooperate with Lin in exchanging immortal swords for immortal swords. Even Lan Xiaoni, who was far away in the West Sea, offered 5 immortal swords to Lin for free on behalf of the West Sea Alliance. And Lin naturally wasn't going to accept them for free, so he offered 5 immortal swords of similar value and extremely intricate designs. Lan Xiaoni had initially wanted to refuse, but she changed her mind in the instant that she saw the immortal swords that Lin had gifted her. Those 5 immortal swords were simply too beautiful. She really liked this style of immortal swords. Big Boss Lin really knows me. He must have carefully selected these swords for me. Xiaoni understands his sincerity. Lan Xiaoni murmured to herself with a blush on her face as she stared at the immortal tool in front of her. Half a month later, during a meeting of the 4-9 Immortal Sect higher-ups, and Lin looked at the mountainous pile of immortal swords before him and chortled with glee. All immortal swords in this world belong to me. Before him, 360 immortal swords were exuding dazzling light. The sword intent and sword aura converged to form energy fluctuations that made the entire space warp and warp. Sun Yulua almost knelt down to Enlin at the sight of the immortal swords before him. Holy Mother of God, I've never seen so many immortal swords in my life. What a dazzling light. I'm blinded. My eyes are going to be blinded. Woof! Dabai clasped his hands over his eyes and spoke with difficulty. Su Qianyun blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a puzzled expression, "Why would I be blind? This light is clearly not very dazzling." The clown covered his eyes and said, "Dabai is right, Big Brother, and is too dazzling." Even Su Xiaolan was shocked by the scene before her. Every celestial sword is worth millions or even tens of millions of spirit stones. So many celestial swords. Did you exchange all your wealth for celestial swords? That's not the case. I haven't even used up all of my random treasures yet, let alone spirit stones and pills. An entire Tai Chu continent is running out of them. I'm quite frustrated. A resigned expression appeared on Enlin's face. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He hadn't even finished exchanging for miscellaneous items, and he had already emptied the entire Tai Chu continent of all immortal swords? I'm going blind, my eyes. Su Qianyun wailed with grief. Dabai, this was actually quite an exaggeration. After all, mighty figures also used immortal swords. Some sword cultivators wouldn't trade their own swords for Enlin's hammer, would they? Enlin had only traded immortal swords that had been lying around. But even so, this was still quite an astonishing feat. Master, why are you collecting so many celestial swords? Merlin asked. I have an idea. This is going to become my most powerful corium technique. And Lin's eyes flashed, and there was an eager expression on his face. Bai Ling tapped the holographic screen lightly. All right, let's move on to the next item on the agenda. The sect leader's display of wealth is over. And Lin reluctantly put away all of the immortal swords before turning to look at the holographic projection at the center of the conference room. There was a boundless ocean there. There was a gargantuan, inky black hole in the center of the ocean, as if it were a massive abyssal mouth that was going to engulf everything that approached it. All of the ocean currents that approached the inky black hole would flow like a whirlpool before falling into the hole. Above the ocean, there was a boundlessly mighty projection of a blue ball of light. Its head was in the sky, and its feet were standing on the ocean. Its facial features were blurry, but one could vaguely make out the outline of a human. This is an image transmitted from the West Sea Alliance. The place where the West Sea has taken place is where the former high priestess of the Spirit Fish clan and the Heavenly Turtle tribe are buried. Bai Ling looked at Enlin meaningfully, and Lin thought back to when he had entered that tomb with Lan Xiaoni, and he fell into deep thought upon discovering that they had somehow ended up in another realm. A while ago, a heavenly liquid god appeared for the first time in the West Sea. The heavenly liquid god battled against Alliance leader Lan Xiaoni, and both of them were severely wounded. Now, a black hole has appeared in the depths of the West Sea. Could it be that another heavenly god has appeared? Merlin mused. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary heavenly god. Instead, it's one of the 6 paramount heavenly gods, the heavenly sea god. And Lin said, I saw it when I was undergoing a trial in the tomb of the West Sea. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this, and the atmosphere became very heavy. It was clear that they had also guessed this possibility. Thinking back, Enlin had lied to the Spirit Fish clan and the Heavenly Turtle tribe mighty figures by telling them that he was the heavenly lightning god and that he was going to revive the human race on behalf of the heavens. Many mighty figures had probably discovered that they had been deceived by Enlin. After all, not only was he the heavenly lightning god, he was also the heavenly wind god, heavenly mountain god, heavenly metal god, heavenly fire god. How could a mere heavenly lightning god explain all of this? However, it was too late for them to regret now. They had already killed so many heavenly human tribe, powerful beings, and the West Sea Alliance was already on the same boat as the human race. Regardless of whether Enlil was the heavenly lightning god or the F*King, heavenly lightning god, all they could do was continue down this path until the very end. Currently, the West Sea Alliance has sent 5 groups of scouts to investigate the situation at the entrance of the ocean. However, none of the experts who went to investigate the inside of the cave returned. Bai Ling continued, furthermore, after entering the cave, all of their means of communication are blocked. It's quite clear that there's an extremely powerful force field there that's keeping everything at bay. And Lin stretched lazily with a smile. So be it. I'm quite familiar with that area, so let me go and investigate. Sect leader Enlil likes to take the lead in everything. I wonder if this habit of his is a good or bad thing. Long Outyen sighed with emotion. Enlil likes to fight, but there's nothing we can do. He's become a lot more powerful recently, and he doesn't have any enemies to practice on, so he's trying to find them himself. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes, and Lin chuckled. Xiaolan knows me so well. Immediately afterward, everyone discussed the recent situation, the movements of the heavenly human tribe, and the development of the sect before concluding the conference. And Lin made his way out of the sect with Su Xiaolan by his side. Are you really in such a hurry? Do you need me to help you? This trip is going to be very dangerous, right? Su Xiaolan suddenly turned toward the man beside her. We don't have much time. And Lin heaved a faint sigh. You stay behind at the 4-9 Immortal sect to deal with any emergencies that arise. I can handle the situation on my own. The heavenly sea god might not have broken out of his seal yet, so this is my best opportunity, and I can't miss it. Whoosh! A spatial rift appeared, and Lin stepped into the spatial rift and disappeared from this world. Chapter 1847. At the westernmost region of the West Sea. This was a world where the sky and the sea had been flipped upside down. An endless ocean appeared in the sky, surging with waves. What had once been an ocean had been transformed into a clear, mirror-like sky. This was the westernmost region of the Tai Chu continent. Sky Realm. A gate over 100,000 feet tall stood in the Sky Realm. The gate pierced through the sky and the ocean, appearing extremely majestic and spectacular. 3 beings with divine halos above their heads were currently looking at a mirror. Within the mirror was a continent that had been lifted up by a massive pillar of water. This was the West Sea Alliance's base. This was the ability of realm heavenly gods. They could turn the sky into a mirror and reflect everything in the world. They knew everything that happened in the world like the back of their hands. We have to retrieve the heavenly sea god's heavenly water power before he returns, a silvery gray heavenly god said in an indifferent voice. Heavenly liquid god, we have to act now in case something unexpected happens. I heard that a battle just took place at the eastern heavenly gate, and they lost 2 more heavenly gods. This is related to Chin Chin and Enlil. A heavenly god with a mirror-like body, and a mirror-like body spoke in a shrill voice. This was the vastly renowned heavenly mirror god under the heavenly sea god's command. F*CK. And Lin and Chin Chin are SH*T stirrers. The heavenly liquid god roared. A fatso composed of all types of gases sucked on his finger with a dumb smile. If Enlil and Chin Chin are SH*T stirers, then what are we? Deathly silence ensued. Boom! The fatso's head was suddenly slammed into the sky realm by the heavenly liquid god. If you don't know how to talk, then stay put. The heavenly liquid god flared up with rage. Wah! Wah! The fatso struggled, and a burst of energy suddenly erupted from his stomach. Clouds, mist, frost, and snow imbued with terrifying power exploded in an instant, blasting the heavenly liquid god's hand away and sending the heavenly liquid god flying for over 5,000 kilometers. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The wind and snow continued to attack violently. The heavenly mirror god held a large mirror in its hand and looked at the deranged fatso with a speechless expression. Heavenly liquid god, why are you doing this? What's the point of bickering with an idiot? The heavenly liquid god flew back in a slightly disheveled manner. After retrieving the heavenly water god, we'll just toss the heavenly weather god into the West Sea Alliance headquarters and let that idiot wreak havoc in the West Sea Alliance. Is there really no way to save the heavenly water god? The heavenly mirror god was still a little hesitant. Redeem my ass. Lan Xiaoni didn't know what kind of magic potion the human race had fed her, but her heart was completely on the human race's side. When I went to see her, she attacked me without any hesitation. She doesn't look like a comrade at all. The heavenly liquid god was enraged at the mention of this. It had initially planned to meet Lan Xiaoni in private to concoct a plan to conquer the human race, but she had almost killed it with a black tiger heart gouging technique. The heavenly liquid god was enraged just thinking about this. I even used the seal of the ocean that the heavenly sea god gave me. It can forcibly summon the heavenly gods to obey its commands. However, Lan Xiaoni was able to break free from the seal of the ocean's control through her powerful will. The heavenly liquid god grumbled. The heavenly mirror god heaved a forlorn sigh. Master heavenly sea god, you've made the wrong move. Even though you can reduce the heavenly Tao's power of suppression by allowing the heavenly gods to fuse with the living beings of this world, you won't be able to control her. What's the point of that? The heavenly liquid god harumphed coldly as it held a bright blue nail that was covered in divine patterns. Let's go retrieve the heavenly god of water and take everything from that mermaid. We'll make her understand that without the heavenly god of water, she's nothing more than a salted fish. At the West Sea Alliance base, at the immortal land above water, all of a sudden, dark clouds enshrouded the sky. The dense, dark clouds obscured the sun, and it was as if they were about to crush down upon the immortal land above water. Lightning surged and roared in the sky above. The sea began to freeze, spreading from a distance all the way to the immortal land above water. In the end, even the gushing water pillars were frozen into icicles. An emergency siren sounded throughout the entire West Sea Alliance. The West Sea Alliance was the core force fighting against the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army on the Western Front, and this siren was a sign that the West Sea Alliance was on the brink of destruction. Within the immortal land above water, countless sea monster powerful beings stared at the three balls of light in the distance with expressions of shock and horror on their faces. Each and every ball of light exuded an indescribably terrifying might, as if they were facing the paramount gods of heaven and earth. All they could do was submit to them. Heavenly Sea Formation, activate! Lan Xingyang roared with rage in his sea blue battle robe. A massive blue formation emerged from the immortal land above water and extended for over 500 kilometers. The 5 Tao integration stage super mighty figures of the West Sea Alliance stood at 5 different locations on the immortal land above water. They unleashed their power of the divine Tao, which converged at the center of the formation to summon a massive figure. This was a female god with the body of a human and the tail of a fish. She held a golden divine trident in her hand and had a green turtle shell on her back. This was the most powerful war spirit of the West Sea Alliance, Amo Yi. War goddess Amo Yi raised her divine trident high into the air as she spoke in a holy voice. Holy Sea, I am. Boom, boom, boom. Countless pillars of water suddenly burst forth from the frozen ocean before soaring into the sky. Ha ha ha. Trash, trash, trash. You're all just for show. The heavenly liquid god swatted a palm toward Amoyi. A black liquid imbued with unimaginable power shot forth, violently tearing through the blue formation before crashing into Amo Ye's chest. Bam! A massive hole was blasted into Ye's chest, and her body swayed violently. "I'll finish you off with this attack." A sinister smile appeared on the heavenly liquid god's face as it spread open its hands. Black balls of liquid appeared in each of its palms, and it was just about to hurl them toward Yi. "Heavenly liquid god, your opponent is here." A clear roar suddenly erupted from the sky. The ocean suddenly began to churn and tear through the frozen ocean. A streak of blue light descended like a divine sword and crashed toward the heavenly liquid god's body. Origin water divine sword. Lan Xiaoni descended from the sky with her long, black hair dancing wildly in the wind. The blue seashell covered her voluptuous chest, revealing her fair and supple skin. Her slender waist swayed with the flexibility of her fishtail. She held an aqua blue longsword in her hand. Her aura was fierce and sharp, and she looked like a war goddess with a monstrous battle intent. There was also a blue divine halo above her head, which was exuding a paramount divine light. A supreme and powerful force was attached to the longsword, causing the aquamarine longsword to contain an endless, vast power that could absorb all rivers into the sea. The heavenly liquid god immediately swatted its hands toward Lan Xiaoni, upon which a black liquid gushed forth. "Break!" Lan Xiaoni slashed her sword down with an unstoppable force. "Rip!" The blue long sword tore through the black liquid before slashing into the heavenly liquid god's chest at an extremely fast speed, upon which a bloody gash was inflicted. "Damn it!" The heavenly liquid god hurtled back in retreat. After fusing with the power of the heavenly gods, Lan Xiaoni suffered very little suppression from the heavenly Tao. The purity and might of the power of the heavenly gods that Lan Xiaoni could unleash was even more ridiculous than the heavenly gods. One had to realize that Lan Xiaoni was only a Tao integration initial stage living being. If she reached the Tao integration pinnacle stage, just how terrifying would her power of the heavenly gods be? Chapter 1848. Where do you think you're going? Lan Xiaoni whipped her tail through the air, and her blue longsword transformed into a series of sharp sword projections as she pursued the heavenly liquid god. The heavenly liquid god's hands suddenly expanded before transforming into a golden liquid that rippled outward. The golden liquid rippled outward at an extremely fast speed, and it even caused the space around it to tremor. Liquid ripple. Lan Xiaoni was just closing in on the heavenly liquid god with her spatial power when she was suddenly struck by an omnipresent force that caused her to falter in her tracks. However, she was able to unleash her powers of the heavenly gods in the nick of time, thereby keeping most of the golden liquid at bay. "Lan Xiaoni, do you think I came here unprepared?" A ferocious expression appeared on the heavenly liquid god's face. "Heavenly mirror god, heavenly weather god, attack!" Crack, crack, crack. Countless mirrors suddenly appeared around Lan Xiaoni. An oval-shaped monster that looked like a crystal mirror appeared behind Lan Xiaoni. "Lan Xiaoni, you possess the paramount power that all living beings in this world yearn for, but you don't know how to cherish it. How dare you go against the will of the heavenly sea? We will take back your powers on behalf of the heavenly sea." The heavenly mirror god's shrill voice sounded. He. A burst of foolish laughter also erupted throughout heaven and earth. A chubby fatty appeared in another direction with a mysterious smile on his face. His belly contained wind, thunder, clouds, mist, frost, snow, and all sorts of other phenomena. It was like a ticking time bomb that could explode with terrifying energy at any time. The cultivators of the West Sea Alliance felt their hearts sink to the bottom when they saw two more heavenly gods. Their faces were filled with terror as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. One heavenly god was enough to give them a headache, but now 3 of them had appeared at the same time? How were they supposed to defend themselves? They wouldn't be able to defend themselves even if they sacrificed their lives. Were they going to leave all three heavenly gods to Lan Xiaoni? Weather God, go and raid the West Sea Alliance's headquarters. Leave this place to me and the Heavenly Mirror God. The Heavenly Liquid God chuckled coldly. Hee. The fatty chuckled foolishly before turning to Lan Xiaoni and picking his nose. Heavenly Mirror God. Get the F***CK out of here! The Heavenly Liquid God let loose an enraged roar as black liquid revolved around its hand before slamming a palm toward the Heavenly Weather God's chest. Bam! Ayo! 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 Fatty screamed as his body flew towards the immortal land above water like a cannonball. Quick! Block it! The expressions of the super mighty changed drastically. They used all their strength to control the goddess of war, Omoe, and stabbed at the fatty with the golden trident. The fat man was given a fright when he sensed that the pitchfork was imbued with powerful heaven-crushing power, and his body dissipated into mist. Chi! The divine trident missed its target. Where did he run off to? Lan Xingyang asked as he looked around. High Priest Guyu's pupils contracted as he pointed toward the center of the immortal land above water. It's here. Rumble. Suddenly there was an explosion. The energy of the fusion of wind and thunder spread out in a ring shape. Many of the West Sea Alliance powerful beings didn't even have a chance to react before they were torn to shreds by the terrifying power. Hundreds of large palaces in the surroundings were also instantly reduced to dust under the impact of the energy. Quick! Stop it! Lan Xingyang roared. There was no need for Lan Xingyang to say anything. The West Sea Alliance powerful beings had already unleashed a series of extremely powerful spell techniques upon the Heavenly Weather God, transforming it into a sea of energy. Boom, boom, boom. All types of spell techniques exploded upon the Heavenly Weather God's body. Wah, wah, wah. The fat on the Heavenly Weather God's body jiggled uncontrollably under the bombardment of the spell techniques, and its massive belly also caved in, making it look like a balloon that had been poked and pulled out by countless fingers. Don't stop attacking. Don't forget to unleash your heaven-crushing true intent. Even a heavenly god would be wounded by so many of us at once. Charge! One West Sea Alliance powerful being after another unleashed spell techniques upon the Heavenly Weather God in a frenzy. The fat man was bombarded relentlessly by the spell techniques, and a confused expression appeared on his face as he sucked his thumb. What are you guys doing? It's so itchy, so itchy! The fatso, who was almost engulfed by the spell, scratched his body in complaint. Some of the more powerful mighty figures swayed slightly upon hearing this, as expressions of incredulity appeared on their faces. No. How could this be? How could our spell techniques be ineffective? That's impossible. I'm a third-tier powerful being of the heaven-crushing sect. How could my full-power spell techniques be nothing more than tickles? A mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage was already beginning to doubt himself. The Heavenly Weather God had no intention of taking the initiative to attack. Instead, it wriggled on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. It's icy cold. It's so comfortable. I'm hitting it too lightly here. I need to hit it harder. Oh, I've hit it harder. Is it using a blood-burning mystic technique? That's so good. The Heavenly Weather God adjusted its position as it endured the beatings, and an expression of bliss appeared on its face. F***CK. What the hell is that idiot doing? I told it to slaughter, not to take a beating. The Heavenly Liquid God was enraged by the sight of the Heavenly Weather God's miserable state. Lan Xiaoni's fishtail whipped through the air, and her body transformed into a streak of blue light as she tried to fly back to the West Sea Alliance. However, her body accidentally crashed into a transparent mirror. Lan Xiaoni, why are you running so fast? You still haven't returned your heavenly water power. The Heavenly Mirror God's head suddenly appeared on the transparent mirror, and its crystalline hand shot forth like lightning before clamping down tightly onto Lan Xiaoni's neck. Mirror suppression. Reveal your true self. 9 mirrors, exuding the paramount power of laws, suddenly appeared around Lan Xiaoni. Within each of the mirrors, Lan Xiaoni was forced to lie flat on the ground by a vast burst of golden power. At the same time, the Lan Xiaoni in the real world was also being suppressed by an unimaginable power, which was forcing her to do the exact same thing as the Lan Xiaoni in the mirror. The 9 mirrors unleashed 9 different types of powers. These powers were imbued with the extremely terrifying power of karma, which forced the Lan Xiaoni in the real world to lie flat on the ground through the power of karma. You want to make me submit to a measly power of karma? Lan Xiaoni gritted her teeth as she unleashed her heavenly water power to resist the relentless power of karma. The heavenly mirror god can't suppress you, but what about me? A faint smile appeared on the heavenly liquid god's face as it waved a hand through the air, upon which a black liquid shot forth like a sharp sword. Lan Xiaoni harumphed lightly, and the blue divine halo above her head flashed as a water shield materialized in the air to keep the black liquid at bay. Rip! A bright blue nail that was riddled with divine patterns appeared from within the black liquid, and it was imbued with the power to naturally suppress the heavenly water power. It tore through the water shield and pierced viciously into Lan Xiaoni's heart. Chapter 1849. Blood slowly flowed from the punctured nail. An indescribable pain shot through her heart. Lan Xiaoni let loose a muffled moan as blood trickled down the corners of her lips. A dazzling light erupted from the divine patterns on the surface of the translucent blue nail. A power imbued with absolute will try to force her to submit and offer her entire body. Lan Xiaoni, submit to the ocean, submit to the heavens, and you will obtain power, eternal life, and everything else. I will give you another chance to choose. The heavenly liquid god's voice was as majestic and ethereal as if it were a heavenly decree. Give me another 10,000 chances, and I will still stand on the side of the human race and Big Boss and Lin. Lan Xiaoni raised her head stubbornly. Her delicate yet adorable features were filled with determination and unyielding will. If that's the case, then die. The heavenly liquid god spoke with a cold expression. Return everything to the ocean. The heavenly mirror god clapped its hands together. Dazzling light erupted forth from the 9 massive mirrors at the same time. Boom! 9 powerful sealing powers stacked upon one another before instantly crashing into Lan Xiaoni's body. She plummeted from the sky into the frozen ocean before shattering the thick layer of ice and sending a massive splash into the air. Her body fell into the ocean, and everything fell silent. Only the sound of flowing water could be heard. Lan Xiaoni felt as if her power of the heavenly gods was being rapidly extracted by the punctured nail. The power of the heavenly gods had already fused perfectly with her body, and if it was forcefully separated from her body would collapse from being unable to endure the damage. She would die. She was also walking toward death. Lan Xiaoni's body sank deeper and deeper into the ocean, and she became more and more drowsy. She really wanted to sleep, and the divine halo of water above her head also gradually dimmed. Ever since she decided to face the heavenly human tribe head-on, she had been mentally prepared to die. But when faced with death, when death enveloped her whole body, she was still very afraid, very terrified, and very much hoped that someone would appear to save her. Someone save me! Someone save me! I've only written half of my will. I haven't finished it yet. I really don't want to die. Tears welled up in Lan Xiaoni's eyes as tears of indignation flowed from her eyes before disappearing into the seawater. It was only at this moment, at the last moment of her life, that she truly became herself. She became that weak, crybaby mermaid princess who always wanted someone to rely on. But no one could hear her cries for help, and no one could help her. She was the most powerful being in the entire West Sea Alliance. So who else could she rely on? Plop, her weak body was suddenly hugged. One hand wrapped around her delicate, white back, and the other held onto her slender, smooth fishtail. Her head unconsciously rested on a warm and firm chest. Lan Xiaoni faltered upon seeing this, and she raised her eyes with difficulty, upon which she was completely dumbstruck by the face that she had been thinking about for a very, very long time. "Hey, little brother Lan, this nail in your chest, I'll just pull it out. Is that okay?" And Lin asked with some concern, "Is this a hallucination before I die?" "That's not too bad. Dying in your arms is the most blissful way to die." Lan Xiaoni's eyes were glazed over as she wrapped her arms around Lin's neck. "Seeing as it's a hallucination, there's nothing to be afraid of if I go a little overboard." "Hey, wait, this isn't..." The man didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before he was cut off. It was as if the entire world had fallen silent. Within the tranquil and dark ocean, the beautiful mermaid princess closed her eyes. On the brink of death, she gave him the most passionate kiss she had ever given him. Above the ocean, the heavenly mirror god and the heavenly liquid god's expressions both shifted drastically. "Who's down there?" "Crap, my powers of the heavenly gods have been severed. Could it be that Lan Xiaoni has broken free from the deep sea burial nail?" "Impossible. The seal is still there. I can sense that." The conversation between the two heavenly gods reverberated throughout the ocean, and it naturally traveled into Lan Xiaoni's ears. Lan Xiaoni felt like something was amiss. Her sapphire eyes blinked as she stared blankly at the man before her. She was a little dazed and a little dazed. "You're real?" Lan Xiaoni's heart thumped violently in her chest, and she gritted her teeth in pain as the nails tore at the wound on her body. And Lin was a little dazed. "Underling Lan, I want to save you, but you don't have to be so enthusiastic, do you?" A light blush instantly appeared on Lan Xiaoni's pristine features. Crack, perhaps it was because she was too excited. A crack appeared on the divine halo of water above Lan Xiaoni's head. "Hurry up and tell me how I can save you. You'll be all right if I pull out the nail, right?" And Lin could sense the signs that a heavenly god was about to perish from Lan Xiaoni's body. "I'll be fine. This nail will absorb my powers of the heavenly gods. I'll be fine once I pull it out," Lan Xiaoni replied feebly. And Lin immediately switched from carrying her in a princess carry to wrapping an arm around her waist while grabbing toward the nail with his other hand. When he tried to use his power to pull the nail out, he felt an incomparably vast power resisting the nail. It was like an endless ocean that couldn't be shaken at all. "Don't you dare ruin our plan. Die." Two enraged roars erupted in the sky at the same time. Sharp streams of liquid shot into the ocean, hurtling toward Lin. Countless mirrors appeared in the sky, and an enormous sealing power pierced through the ocean before crashing down upon Lin's body. "You think you can seal me?" And Lin harumphed coldly as his divine halo and heavenly Tao jade appeared at the same time, creating 5 powers of the heavenly gods to keep the attacks of the 2 heavenly gods at bay. At the same time, he gathered the powers of the 5 heavenly gods in his fingers and clamped down on the nail in Lan Xiaoni's chest before pulling it out with all his might. Rip! The nail was extracted from Lan Xiaoni's chest. Ah! Lan Xiaoni endured the excruciating pain, but she still couldn't help but cry out in the end. These harmful things must be destroyed, and Lin crushed the nail in his hand with all his might. No! Detestable! The 2 heavenly gods in the sky exploded with rage, causing the space around them to tremor violently. Meanwhile, Lan Xiaoni's aura had completely transformed. It had become more and more vast, and the crack on the divine halo above her head had already healed, upon which a divine light that was even more dazzling than before erupted forth. "Thank you, Big Boss and Lin. Thank you for saving me," Lan Xiaoni said in a gentle voice as she looked at Lin's face. She had thought that she was going to die for sure, but Lin appeared at the most critical moment and saved her again. What a dreamlike experience. "I've already done so much for you, Big Boss. Isn't it only right and proper for you to protect me?" And Lin smiled, Yes, yes. Lan Xiaoni replied in a gentle voice with a vibrant smile, You're a great big boss. Chapter 1850. In the sky above the ocean. The heavenly mirror god and the heavenly liquid god's expressions became extremely dark. He actually blocked our attack? He even destroyed the deep sea burial nail bestowed upon me by the heavenly sea god. Wait, that person looks so familiar. Could it be? The two heavenly gods' eyes widened as a sense of foreboding welled up in their hearts. Boom! Splashes erupted from the ocean. Divine technique, origin water, heavenly prison. Lan Xiaoni's eyes glowed as boundless divine light erupted from her body. The boundless ocean suddenly began to surge. Immediately afterward, gigantic waves that were 300,000 feet tall suddenly rose from all directions, like a series of majestic water caps, wrapping around the heads of the two heavenly gods in the center. What a terrifying power of water! How can she control such a vast amount of water? Not only is there a vast amount of water, but the power is also extremely pure. It is imbued with extremely powerful water true intent and can easily annihilate any living being that enters the water. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. The two heavenly gods rose into the sky in an attempt to escape from the origin water heavenly prison. However, a white-robed figure suddenly appeared above them. Trying to escape, the mountainous divine halo above Lin's head quickly revolved, and his fist crashed down upon the two heavenly gods with the power to crush all things. Boom! The heavenly mirror god and the heavenly liquid god were both blasted into the ocean. At this moment, Lan Xiaoni's origin water, heavenly prison, had already been constructed. You heavenly gods want to run after flexing? And Lin stood proudly in midair as he looked down at the two heavenly gods on the surface of the ocean. Lan Xiaoni was also very excited, and she placed her hands on her hips. You two bullied me so badly. Now that big boss is here, what are you going to do? She was like a child who had successfully called her parents to vent her anger. She was so excited that her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were bright. She was even a little eager to try. The heavenly mirror god's body reflected in Lin's body. As expected, it's in Lin from the 4-9 immortal sect. We're in trouble now. The heavenly liquid god harumphed coldly. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful Lin is, can he be more powerful than a god of creation? If the two of us work together, we will definitely be able to break through their encirclement. When Enlin heard the conversation between the two Empyrean gods, he immediately laughed. If I were to deal with the two of you by myself, and you two escape separately, then maybe I can only kill one. But don't forget, I still have a little brother here. Lan Xiaoni swept her tail through the air, and the entire ocean began to roar. She stood proudly at the top of the origin water sky prison, as if she was the master of the ocean, looking down at the two gods below. The entire ocean is now in my hands. You want to run? Let's burn the entire West Ocean first. The expressions of the two heavenly gods changed again. Run! The heavenly liquid god roared. His entire body turned into a pool of silvery white liquid and condensed into the shape of an arrow. It pierced through the void and drew a silvery white trail in the sky, heading straight for the protective wall of the heavenly prison of origin water. Myriad mirror. The divine halo above the heavenly mirror god's head shattered into countless tiny fragments. Then the tiny fragments transformed into a heavenly god with the exact same aura and energy fluctuations. Over 10,000 heavenly mirror gods fled in different directions. These 10,000 doppelgangers are actually my true body. As long as one of them can escape, my true body will also be able to escape. What can you do to me? Ha ha ha. The heavenly mirror god's arrogant laughter reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Then all of its 10,000 doppelgangers crashed into the water barrier, unable to squeeze through. All of the mirror doppelgangers stuck to the surface of the origin water sky prison, but they were unable to break through no matter what. Lan Xiaoni looked at the heavenly mirror god as if she were looking at an idiot. I already possess heavenly god level power. So why do you always ignore my existence? Why are you using your doppelgangers to ram into my spell formation? Whoosh! The heavenly liquid god's silvery white arrow had already pierced through the protective wall. It was a lot smarter, and it had focused all of its power on a single point, thereby granting it unparalleled penetrative power as it slowly tore through Lan Xiaoni's origin water-sky prison. However, it didn't even have a chance to celebrate. A hand had already grabbed onto the arrow. The hand was imbued with the powers of wind, lightning, mountain, metal, and fire, and the arrow was struck by boundless agony upon contact. Ah! The heavenly liquid god let loose a wail of anguish as it was firmly gripped by Lin's hand. You want to run away after hurting my underlings? Get the hell back here. And Lin gripped his hand, and the powers of wind, lightning, mountain, and metal exploded at the same time. Terrifying energy transformed into a dazzling ball of energy that destroyed everything it came into contact with. Ah, it hurts. Ultimate liquid body. The heavenly liquid god's silver arrow suddenly became extremely slippery, and it slipped away from Lin's hand like a slippery eel. It fled from Lin in an extremely disheveled manner, reverting back to its original form. Its entire body had already been charred black and tattered. The heavenly liquid god stared at Lin with a wary expression. In its eyes, Lin's figure was becoming larger and larger, and more terrifying. And Lin stood silently in midair, and the mountain divine halo above his head revolved incessantly. For heavenly god jades of different shapes and sizes revolved around his body, making him appear as if he were a paramount god who ruled over laws. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a true god who ruled over laws. After all, Lin was now able to use 5 different powers of the heavenly gods at once. Each of the powers of the heavenly gods represented the paramount laws of their respective domains, and all of them were now at his disposal. I'm going to kill you. The heavenly liquid god roared with rage. Its hands danced through the air, and 2 streams of scorching liquid shot forth. Extreme heat flow. The scorching liquid shot forth like 2 long whips. Fire god mode. And Lin's skin suddenly turned crimson, and the 7 types of holy flames fused perfectly with his body. His aura soared explosively to the point where even the heavenly liquid god's heart palpitated in fear. At the same time, the fire divine halo appeared above his head, further enhancing the 7 holy flames. And Lin's aura soared explosively once again, reaching an unfathomable level even for the heavenly liquid god. This was the first time Lin had unleashed his Fire Sage mode with the Fire Divine halo around his body. Even he didn't know just how terrifying he was. Whoosh! 2 streams of extreme heat flew toward him, and Lin's expression remained unchanged upon seeing the scorching liquid, which could even twist and melt space itself. He spread open his hands and caught the 2 streams of extreme heat in his hands. You call this extreme heat flow? It looks like your understanding of temperature is still lacking. A contemptuous smile appeared on Lin's face as his hands sizzled from the scorching heat. Let me define what heat is for you. Bam! And Lin's body disappeared on the spot. However, before he had even arrived, the space around him had already been twisted and warped by the scorching heat. The heavenly liquid god's expression shifted, and a faint yellow liquid burst forth from its body. Profound technique, liquid rebound. In the next instant, Lin's fist had already arrived before it. His fist was as dazzling as the sun, and the indescribably high temperatures transformed the fist into a platinum color. And Lin's fist landed on the heavenly liquid god's body, and he did indeed feel as if the heavenly liquid god was trying to rebound his power. However, before he had a chance to do anything, he discovered that the heavenly liquid god's body had already been melted by his fist. Ah! The heavenly liquid god's chest was punctured by Lin's fist, and its body was engulfed in flames as it fell into the ocean. Chapter 1851. The heavenly liquid god was in despair when it discovered that its powers of the heavenly gods were no match for Lin. Ever since Lin had appeared, he had been beating them to a pulp. "Well done, Big Boss Lin." Lan Xiaoni waved her fists with reverence on her face. The heavenly mirror god's heart jolted with fear as it tried to break through the origin water heavenly prison. However, the origin water heavenly prison was unable to be broken through in a short period of time. Whoosh! And Lin tore through space and launched another punch toward the severely wounded heavenly liquid god. This was an all-out punch unleashed by Lin in his Fire Sage mode, which was imbued with the power of the heavenly gods of fire. His fist was imbued with absolute flame power and physical strength. It was as if a well-trained sun had crashed viciously into the heavenly liquid god. Infinite liquid defense. The heavenly liquid god let loose an enraged roar, and its entire body shrank into a liquid state to take on the shape of a water droplet. Boom! It was as if the sun had crashed into the ocean. The entire ocean was scorched into a massive hole by the boundless scorching temperatures. The ocean churned and evaporated as massive tsunamis erupted. Even Lan Xiaoni, who had unleashed the origin water heavenly prison, was struck by this punch. However, she was not displeased in the slightest. Instead, she stared at Lin with an excited expression. "Big Boss Lin, you're so powerful. I can't even take it anymore." The heavenly mirror god was in despair. "If you can't take it anymore, then open the origin water heavenly prison." Lan Xiaoni shook her head with a firm expression. "No, for the sake of Big Boss Lin, I have to persevere no matter how painful it is." At the center of the ocean caved in. The scorching flames dissipated. The heavenly liquid god's battered body appeared before Lin again. The divine halo above its head was already cracked, and its expression was extremely ashen. It had lost all of its previous pride and arrogance and had become extremely dispirited, and there was even a hint of fear in its eyes as it looked at Lin. The heavenly liquid god knew that if it couldn't think of a way out of this situation, the two of them would most likely perish here. Just as Lin was about to end this battle, West Sea Alliance, immortal land above water, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts!" The heavenly weather god's stomach had been punctured by the West Sea Alliance's battle spirit Amo, Yez, golden trident, and blood stained its belly red. However, the West Sea Alliance's experts didn't even have time to celebrate before their nightmare arrived. They opened Pandora's box. The heavenly weather god had been basking in the beatings this entire time, but it was completely enraged by that trident. "Aha!" Screams and angry roars erupted. All types of weather phenomena appeared on the heavenly weather god's stomach, and countless unimaginable weather disasters were unleashed in an instant. The wind howled for 3,000 li. Countless West Sea Alliance powerful beings were torn to shreds by the cutting power hidden in the wind. Bolts of lightning fell like rain, and each and every one of them was imbued with the power of the purest yang essence of lightning, which could destroy the divine Tao and shatter space itself. Even a return to void stage mighty figure would be instantly reduced to charcoal. At the same time, heaven and earth transformed into a realm of frost and snow. An aura of extreme frost permeated the air, and one sea monster after another was frozen into ice sculptures. Hail imbued with extreme kinetic energy fell from the sky, crushing one living being after another into mincemeat. Even the sturdy immortal land above water was punctured. The clouds and mist transformed into the most powerful trapping formation, trapping all of the living beings on the immortal land above water within it. Aside from that, poison mist, freezing rain, heat waves, all types of weather disasters that were powerful enough to destroy all living beings descended upon the immortal land above water. Crap. My father, Yu Feiyu, and High Priest Gu, you won't be able to hold off the heavenly weather god's attacks. I have to go and reinforce them. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted as she prepared to set off. The West Sea Alliance was home to her family and comrades. They were the foundation of her West Sea, and she didn't want to see the West Sea Alliance destroyed just like that. The weather has gone berserk. This is bad. The heavenly mirror god's expression shifted again. Isn't this a good thing for us? As long as the weather attracts Enlin, we'll be able to escape. The heavenly liquid god transmitted her voice to the heavenly mirror god. The two heavenly gods chuckled in unison. Wait, underling Lan, your opponent is not to be underestimated. You won't be able to deal with it. And Lin could sense an extraordinary aura emanating from the heavenly weather god's body. Let me do it. The two heavenly gods were ecstatic. And Lin was quite a tactful person, and he was able to differentiate between the hundreds of thousands of powerful beings stationed at the West Sea Alliance headquarters and the two heavenly gods. They were then greeted by the sight of a semi-transparent blue soul body, Enlin, separating itself from Enlin's body. Then it waved at Lan Xiaoni with a smile. I'll be right back. Enlin's soul body charged toward the heavenly weather god with an unstoppable force, leaving the two heavenly gods completely dumbstruck. The heavenly liquid god. What the hell is that? The heavenly mirror god took a deep breath. This human's consciousness can leave his body? It couldn't help but look at Enlin's physical body with its mirror as it spoke. However, Enlin's physical body turned to it with a sinister smile as a dangerous aura emanated from his body. The heavenly mirror god shuddered. My God! Even after Enlin's consciousness flew away, Enlin's physical body can still move, and his power hasn't been reduced at all. The heavenly liquid god's heart was filled with despair upon hearing this. What do you mean? Is he determined to kill us? No. The heavenly liquid god suddenly said, his physical body's power hasn't been reduced, which means that his physical body is the main component of his life force. His consciousness definitely isn't all that powerful. The heavenly weather god is not going to be easy to deal with, and he'll have no choice but to use his physical body soon. Boom! Ah! The heavenly weather god's blood-curdling cries erupted from the distance. The heavenly weather god had been attacked by Enlin's soul body, and its body was riddled with countless golden soul swords. Each and every soul sword was imbued with an extremely potent soul power, and they ravaged the heavenly weather god's body in a frenzy. Is this what you meant when you said, his consciousness isn't all that powerful? The 10,000 heavenly mirror gods trembled uncontrollably as they pulled out their mirrors and looked at Enlin's consciousness in the distance. This is a god of creation stage consciousness, the heavenly liquid god. Can someone tell me how a return to void stage cultivator could possess a god of creation stage consciousness? The heavenly liquid god was on the verge of cursing. Could it be that Enlin is a prodigy who's been hiding his true strength? The heavenly mirror god murmured. No. You're all wrong. I'm not a prodigy. And Lin crossed his arms over his chest as 7 holy flames revolved around his body, and a suffocating aura descended. My body can pummel all of you, and my consciousness can also pummel all of you. I'm an all-rounder, not a prodigy. Chapter 1852. And Lin's words left the heavenly liquid god and heavenly mirror god completely speechless. The two heavenly gods were struck by an indescribable sense of humiliation and despair. Big Boss Enlin is so cool. Lan Xiaoni's eyes lit up. Boom! Another resounding boom erupted on the immortal land above water. The heavenly weather god was blasted flying for several hundred kilometers by Enlin's Xianwu fist and out of the immortal land above water. The hundreds of thousands of powerful beings on the immortal land above water felt like they had just escaped death. Is this Enlin's true power? So powerful. He's completely dominating the heavenly weather god. No, this is only a portion of Enlin's power. Don't forget that his body is still facing off against the other two heavenly gods. Following him for so many years really wasn't a waste of our time. He's so powerful that I can see hope again. The West Sea Alliance powerful beings knew just how terrifying the heavenly weather god was in its berserk state. It was a being that they wouldn't even be able to break through its defenses. However, Enlil immediately unleashed a barrage of hammers upon the heavenly weather god. Witnessing Enlil's battle with one's own eyes was nowhere near as impressive as hearing about it. The heavenly weather god's blood-curdling cries reverberated throughout heaven and earth. A series of bolts of terrifying lightning were about to strike Enlil, but they strangely changed directions to strike him instead. Gale-force winds howled and transformed into blades of wind that tried to strike Enlil, but they suddenly changed directions and struck itself instead. Most importantly, the heavenly weather god's consciousness was a little unstable. It did not immediately stop unleashing these two powers. Instead, it continued to unleash them like an indignant child. Thus, it became even easier for Enlil to deal with the heavenly weather god. After using his golden soul power sword to parry the oncoming frost and snow attacks, he continued to stab the heavenly weather god's body with an unstoppable force. The battle was completely one-sided. The heavenly mirror god and the heavenly liquid god began to panic again, and Lin was already smiling dangerously at them. Rip. And Lin transformed into a streak of flames before crashing into the heavenly liquid god's body and continuing to pummel it. The heavenly liquid god didn't even have a chance to retaliate and could only defend with all its might. Heavenly mirror god, we can't continue like this. Let's use our final technique. The heavenly liquid god roared. If that's the case, then The heavenly mirror god hesitated. One life for two lives, it's worth it, the heavenly liquid god yelled. The heavenly mirror god fell silent for a moment before finally gritting its teeth and nodding at the sight of Enlin's invincibility and Lan Xiaoni's origin water, heavenly prison. All right, let's do it. The heavenly mirror god suddenly flew toward the heavenly liquid god. The two heavenly deities collided. They reached out their hands and intersected, forming a strange imprint. Power seal release! The two heavenly gods shouted at the same time. Then the heavenly mirror god and the heavenly liquid god were both blasted flying by Enlil. Boom, boom! One of the heavenly mirror god's clones fell into the ocean, and its body exploded as it was unable to withstand the terrifying power of the punch. The heavenly liquid god was in an even worse state. Its body was riddled with holes of all sizes, and the divine halo above its head was also riddled with cracks. It looked as if it were on the brink of death. Power seal released? It doesn't look like anything has changed. And Lin spoke in a condescending manner. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering explosion erupted in the distance. Violent energy exploded in a circular manner, and a figure was flung out from within the destructive energy. Everyone was stunned when they saw that figure. That figure was none other than the consciousness body of Enlil. The semi-transparent blue Enlin's arm had already been blasted off, and he appeared to be in quite a sorry state. Is this fatso a monster? Enlil stared at the center of the explosion with a wary expression. A gargantuan fatso over 100,000 feet tall appeared before his eyes. It had a crazed look on its face, and there were hundreds of destructive weather disasters erupting from its massive belly. Each and every weather disaster was over 10 times more powerful than the previous weather disasters. Wah! The fatso let loose a roar. The blue and white energy flow suddenly expanded, destroying everything in front of it, from the big rocks, the palaces and pavilions, to the small flowers, birds, insects, fish, and dust in the air. Everything was engulfed and annihilated by the strange blue and white energy flow, becoming a part of the atmosphere. 1/5 of the entire continent of the immortal land above water was devoured by the fatty's roar. Even divine sense Enlil was blasted back several hundred kilometers by the force of the roar. What the hell is this thing? Isn't this power a little too terrifying? And Lin discovered that even when he tried to use his heavenly god powers to control his opponent's wind and lightning, he was met with a certain degree of resistance. It was as if his opponent could also control the essential laws and forcibly seize control of them. A smug smile appeared on the heavenly liquid god's face upon seeing this. Do you see that? This is the true power of the heavenly weather god. It is the heavenly god whose power is closest to the heavenly sea gods. However, because its power is too powerful, it has affected the condensation of its consciousness, which is why it has become an idiot. It is unable to control its power freely due to the fact that its power is too powerful, which is why it was sealed by the heavenly sea god. Now that the seal has been removed, no one will be able to stop it. The heavenly mirror god shone a mirror at the heavenly weather god in an attempt to gauge its power, only for the mirror to instantly shatter. Its power has already reached the absolute limit. No one will be able to stop the heavenly weather god now. The heavenly mirror god exclaimed with excitement. A thick layer of ice materialized over the ocean again. This time, the area of effect was even larger, reaching an area of several thousand kilometers. All-encompassing frost explosion. The fatso spread open his arms, and the power of extreme frost transformed into a blue shockwave that crashed violently into Lin's body, along with countless shards of lethal ice. And Lin slashed his golden soul sword toward the blue shockwave, slicing it in half. However, not only was the blue shockwave extremely powerful, but it was also almost limitless. Even though Lin was able to slice through his opponent's shockwave, he didn't think that his opponent would be able to unleash shockwaves nonstop like a perpetual motion machine. F***CK. What the hell is this fatso? And Lin was astonished. His golden soul sword cracked open and was reduced to dust. Then his body was struck by the blue shockwave and quickly froze before exploding with a loud bang. And Lin's consciousness had been destroyed by the fatso, and Lin let loose a muffled groan as blood trickled from the corners of his lips. His consciousness had already returned to his body, but it had become extremely feeble and could no longer leave his body to attack. The heavenly weather god's essence is energy, and it can transform energy into countless phenomena. All of the energy in this world can be used by it as its weapon. And Lin, how are you going to fight it? The heavenly liquid god chuckled triumphantly. The heavenly weather god should be proud of itself for being able to kill my consciousness. Who would have thought that this idiot would be a hidden boss? And Lin took a deep breath before charging toward the heavenly weather god on the immortal land above water. There was no time to hesitate now. He had to kill the heavenly weather god as quickly as possible. Chapter 1853. And Lin is finally gone. We have a chance to escape. The heavenly mirror god exclaimed excitedly. The heavenly liquid god also heaved a sigh of relief. We have to get away now. The heavenly weather god has become completely ruthless after being unsealed, so we won't be able to take it with us anymore. Let's just let it unleash its final might and bury the West Sea Alliance in the ocean. It would be best if we can kill Lin and Lan Xiaoni as well, the heavenly mirror god said. If they had chosen to fight to the death instead of running away, and Lin would definitely have been killed, the heavenly liquid god said in a confident voice. That's a representative of the heavenly sea god. Forget about what's happening here. Let's seize this opportunity to escape, the heavenly mirror god urged. Do you really think you can escape? And Lin might have left, but don't forget that I'm still here. Lan Xiaoni harumphed with furrowed brows. Haha, without Lin, do you really think you can stop us? A cold smile appeared on the heavenly mirror god's face as its 10,000 clones fused back into its original body. There was not a single hint of fear in its eyes as it looked at Lan Xiaoni. What are you talking about? I have a bold idea. A ferocious expression appeared on the heavenly liquid god's face as it looked at Lan Xiaoni. We've already lost a heavenly god, and it would be too much for us to just leave like this. Why don't we kill Lan Xiaoni first, then escape? But And Lin, the heavenly mirror god, was hesitant. And Lin is facing the most powerful form of the heavenly weather god, so he's already struggling to fend for himself. How is he supposed to care about what's happening here? The heavenly liquid god chuckled coldly. That makes sense. The heavenly mirror god's eyes lit up. The two heavenly gods glared at Lan Xiaoni with hostile expressions. Come on, kill me if you have the ability. Lan Xiaoni whipped her tail through the air, and the ocean instantly began to roar. 6 water dragons over 100,000 feet in length rose into the air, and the power of the origin water surged through the air as they stared at the two heavenly gods with menacing expressions. She was just a little worried that she wouldn't be able to stop the two gods from breaking out of the encirclement. Now that the two gods had evil intentions towards her, she could use this opportunity to stall the two gods. As for her life being in danger? Sorry, boss is still here. How could her life be in danger? Lan Xiaoni was feeling extremely safe now. The heavenly mirror god unleashed 6 mirrors toward Lan Xiaoni. Mirror source copy. Boom, boom, boom. The pillars of water soared into the sky before materializing into 6 water dragons with identical figures and auras, all of which pounced toward Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni's expression darkened. She hated people imitating her power the most. The water dragons toward each other in the sky, and for a moment they were evenly matched. However, this wasn't the end of it. The heavenly mirror god suddenly produced 18 more mirrors in the air. Mirror source, triple copy. 18 water dragons over 100,000 feet in length surged toward Lan Xiaoni with identical power. The situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. Heavenly liquid god, let's finish this battle as soon as possible, the heavenly mirror god said with a pale expression. It was obvious that this move had consumed a lot of its energy. No problem, I'll finish her off with my next move. The heavenly liquid god summoned a series of rivers that exuded terrifying might. Some of them were extremely sticky, some of them were extremely elastic, some of them were scorching hot, some of them were extremely poisonous, and some of them were even capable of causing particles to explode. Liquid essence. 10,000 streams converged to the sea. A series of rivers of different elements converged toward Lan Xiaoni, quickly forming a sea of liquid that was powerful enough to destroy all things. Lan Xiaoni's body was engulfed. The 24 water dragons tore the 6 water dragons to shreds before also diving toward the center of the sea of liquid. At the immortal land above water, snowflakes swept through the air like sabers. Metal. And Lin wielded his evil slaying sword, and an extremely sharp power of laws imbued with the power of laws imbued itself onto the inky black sword blade, making it as crimson as blood. Whoosh! Just a single sword strike sliced through all of the snowflakes before him, and Lin quickly approached the heavenly weather god. Wah! The heavenly weather god roared with rage at Lin. A blue shockwave erupted from its stomach, bringing with it blades of ice, hail, and tornadoes of extreme frost with it as it hurtled toward Lin. This was the technique that had vanquished Lin's consciousness. Just because my consciousness can't defend against, it doesn't mean that I can't defend against it. The divine halo above Lin's head suddenly turned crimson, and scorching waves of flames erupted forth to incinerate all things. And Lin activated his heavenly fire power and 7 holy flames again, and he quickly approached the heavenly weather god like a miniature sun. The boundless blue shockwave was incinerated into nothingness by the scorching power of flames that threatened to scorch even space itself as it approached Lin. This wasn't an issue of power. Instead, it was an issue of power. And Lin now wielded the most essential power of fire between heaven and earth. So he was naturally able to nullify his opponent's blue shockwave, which was imbued with extreme frost. So what if your power is boundless? I'm not scared of you. And Lin's scorching body tore through the frosty air as he quickly approached the heavenly weather god, which was over 100,000 feet tall. His heavenly god, Dao, jade glowed with a scintillating light, and he extended his 5 fingers. One finger was as sharp as a sword, one finger was as heavy as a mountain, one finger was roaring with lightning, one finger was as traceless as wind, and one finger was as scorching as fire. He had imbued his claws with all 5 powers of the heavenly gods. "Break through!" And Lin's claws plunged into the heavenly weather god's stomach. All 5 powers of the heavenly gods exploded at the same time. Rumble. Even with the heavenly weather god's extremely powerful defenses, a massive hole of several thousand feet in length was blasted into its stomach by Lin's attack. Ow, ow, ow. This was the first time the heavenly weather god had been wounded in its unsealed state, and it immediately let loose a wail of anguish. "You blasted me, so I'll blast you back. Explode!" A dazzling divine light suddenly erupted from its stomach, which had already been blasted with a hole. And then, right before Lin's incredulous eyes, the heavenly weather god's stomach exploded of its own accord. Boom! Over 100 weather disasters erupted at the same time. Sandstorms, poisonous miasma, lightning, blades of wind, hail, flying snow, and rock explosions all exploded at the same time, tearing at Lin's body. And Lin was caught off guard, and his body was riddled with wounds. Not only were the heavenly weather god's attacks extremely powerful, but they were also extremely powerful. And Lin was even struck by the feeling that he was battling a heavenly god that also wielded many powers of the heavenly gods. Wind, lightning, sand, poison, mist, ice, lava. All of the heavenly weather god possessed powers that were close to the essence of the heavenly gods. In particular, after the heavenly weather god's seal had been broken. Even though Lin possessed the powers of the heavenly gods of wind and lightning, it was still very difficult for him to control the heavenly weather god's wind and lightning techniques. Wahahaha! I've been wounded, I've been wounded. The heavenly weather god chortled with glee at the sight of the wounded Lin, and vital energy surged for several thousand kilometers before converging to form a gargantuan vortex to reform its stomach. What powerful regenerative abilities! And Lin's heart sank upon seeing this, and he swallowed an immortal pill to quickly recover from his injuries. The heavenly weather god could recover from its injuries just by inhaling, but Lin could only recover from his injuries by swallowing immortal pills. And Lin was feeling very disgruntled by this comparison. No, there was no end in sight to this rate of exhaustion. He had to find an opportunity. He had to find an opportunity to kill the heavenly weather god. Chapter 1854. Wah! The heavenly weather god pouted with a smug and mocking expression as it looked at Lin. Even though it was stupid, it knew that Lin was no ordinary person, so it decided to challenge Lin to a fight. The heavenly weather god was like an invincible ancient fiend celestial with a yellow sandstorm revolving around its left hand, a corrosive poisonous mist emanating from its right hand, and a tail constructed from a tornado of wind blades behind it. White clouds and mist transformed into an apron that enshrouded its muscular waist. Countless bolts of terrifying lightning exploded above its head, and the dark clouds in the sky acted as its parasol. It made its way toward Lin, and the ground beneath its feet transformed into a realm of absolute frost. And Lin analyzed the heavenly weather god's special characteristics in his mind as he looked at the oncoming heavenly weather god. Among all of the normal heavenly gods that he had encountered, this person was the most powerful one. The heavenly weather god could control over 100 types of weather powers in this world, and all of them could be used at the same time. Most importantly, it seemed to possess boundless power, and it was able to use its power to its heart's content. Furthermore, its regenerative abilities were extremely powerful. Even if it were to self-detonate, it could still use the omnipresent energy of heaven and earth to quickly recover from its injuries. It could control many types of powers that were close to essential, and it was one of the most powerful heavenly gods in terms of explosive power, durability, and regenerative abilities, and Lin's flesh crawled upon hearing this. The heavenly weather god was extremely powerful, almost to the point of being invincible. However, it wasn't truly invincible. In reality, no heavenly god was invincible. Even the heavenly time god, who could reverse time infinitely, would be forced to self-detonate in the face of absolute power. That's right, as long as he had absolute power, did he really have to use that technique? If he couldn't kill this enemy, and Lin fell into a state of hesitation. It was also at this moment that an invisible and paramount power suddenly proliferated throughout heaven and earth. The ocean was overturned, and the sky was reversed. When everyone came back to their senses, heaven and earth had changed. The sky had become the earth, and the ocean had become the sky. Countless West Sea Alliance powerful beings were caught off guard, and they crashed heavily into the invisible sky, as if they had crashed into a transparent glass mirror. Even the heavenly weather god's head fell to the ground amid a series of wails before its body slammed into the invisible ground that was modeled after the sky. Isn't this the scene at the end of the Western Sea? Why is this place? Gu Yu was astonished. This is Lan Er's ability. Lan Xingyang said in a solemn voice. This is the most powerful domain she can unleash after awakening her power of water. Heaven is the earth, water is the heavens. Water is supreme. Inside the source water, heavenly prison, Lan Xiaoni's entire body was enshrouded by boundless divine water, and her battle intent surged as she unleashed her aura to repel all external powers. Streams of extremely pure water, like holy water that could wash away all the filth in the world, tore the ocean that was made of different kinds of liquids into pieces. She stretched out her white, jade-like hand towards the ocean in the sky and gently pressed down. If the sky is water, then I am the sky. I am the supreme being. A clear shout resounded throughout the world. The upside-down ocean in the sky surged and roared for over 1,500 kilometers. Pillars of water fell from the sky before crashing into the water dragons, pulverizing all of the water dragons replicated by the heavenly mirror god. In her current state, Lan Xiaoni could even suppress 2 heavenly gods at once. Did underling Lan unleash her heavenly god domain? And Lin became quite concerned. He had battled against the heavenly gods for a long time, so he knew what kind of price one had to pay to unleash a power of this caliber. Lan Xiaoni would soon be unable to hold on. If she couldn't kill her opponent while unleashing her heavenly god domain, then she would be dead. If she couldn't unleash her heavenly god domain and kill her opponent, then she would be dead. He couldn't let her take such a risk. As her big boss, he couldn't let her take such a risk. A determined expression gradually appeared on Lin's face. He took a deep breath before bringing out 3 first-grade immortal pills from his storage ring before placing them in his mouth. It was time to use this technique. The heavenly weather god was like a massive boss with lightning above its head and ice and frost beneath its feet. It charged toward Lin with unstoppable force, and its aura of destruction was already making the space around it tremor violently. And Lin closed his eyes and raised his evil slaying sword high into the air. Black energy spread from beneath his feet, instantly dyeing the entire sky and earth black. Frost and ice began to spread from the ground beneath the heavenly weather god's feet, but the frost and ice were instantly corroded and engulfed at a rate discernible to the naked eye. And Lin's shirt began to explode as black divine patterns appeared all over his body, emanating bursts of black light. The divine rune on his chest resembled the face of an extremely dignified man. His expression was ethereal and transcendent, as well as boundless battle intent. The black divine patterns on his back resembled a pair of black bone wings. It was a very abstract design, but it gave one the illusion that he could fly into the sky at any moment. High-rank war god mystic technique. Dark immortal transformation. Why is the sky so dark? The heavenly weather god discovered that aside from the divine light it was releasing, everything else had been plunged into darkness. Regardless of whether it was the suspended ocean or the snow-covered ground, Everything had been plunged into an inky black abyss. However, there was still a person up ahead who was holding a long sword high into the air. That person opened his eyes that had been closed all this time. Within his eyes, there were black and white flying fish revolving around each other. It was as if the black and white eyes had appeared on the same eye at the same time, giving off a peculiar aura. His aura gradually rose. It wasn't very threatening, but it was as if he were gradually disappearing from this world. He stared at the heavenly weather god as if he were a grown man staring at an ant on the ground. They were on completely different levels. The deranged and idiotic heavenly weather god was the first to be struck by fear, as if it were being stared at by some terrifying being. Boom! The black sword chi was like the sharpest sword in the world. It soared into the sky and instantly pierced through the darkness, the inverted sea, and everything between the heavens and the earth. It pierced straight into the unseen depths and then slashed down like a black meteor, cutting everything in front of it apart. Wah! The heavenly weather god was struck by a sense of lethal peril, and it instinctively unleashed all of the power within its body. Over 100 types of weather disasters exploded at once, creating an unimaginable power that surged toward the black sword intent. Whoosh! The black sword intent fell. It sliced through over 100 types of weather disasters, as if they were tofu before landing on the heavenly weather god's head, slicing through its head, its body, and even the ground beneath its feet. Everything that the black sword passed through was neatly sliced in half, without exception. Chapter 1855. The sky and earth were plunged into darkness. All of the West Sea Alliance powerful beings trembled uncontrollably and didn't dare to move. Lan Xiaoni, who was unleashing her heavenly god domain, felt as if her powers of laws were about to be sucked away by the darkness, as if the darkness before her was the most regal existence in this world. When that sky-piercing black sword descended, her authority domain was even more violently affected, and it was directly broken apart. The water and sky reversed again. The ocean appeared down below. The sky became a blue sky with white clouds. The absolute darkness had already dissipated. Only the ocean had been sliced in half, and there was a sword gash of unfathomable depth on the gash. Boundless seawater poured into the gash, but it seemed as if it would never be able to fill up the inky black gash. The massive heavenly weather god's body had already been sliced in half. Black sword intent flowed along the incision and quickly engulfed its entire body. The heavenly weather god disappeared before it even had a chance to wail in anguish. Heaven and earth fell into an eerie silence. Everything seemed to have taken a very long time, but less than 3 seconds had actually passed. In that short span of 3 seconds, the heavenly weather god had been sliced into nothingness. There was no longer the fatso's silly laughter, no more weather disasters, no more turbulence, only the ocean that had been sliced in half. The seawater continued to pour into the ocean like 2 waterfalls with no end in sight. Hundreds of thousands of West Sea powerful beings turned their eyes toward the man standing in midair. He was just standing there without doing anything, but all of them were already revering him like a god. Lan Xingyang murmured to himself, and Lin's sword strike, is this terrifying? To be able to unleash such an earth-shattering technique. I'd believe it, even if you told me that Enlin was a god of creation. No, that's not right. Even a god of creation wouldn't be able to unleash a technique like this. Yu Feiyu swung her long and slender fishtail, and even she was a little dazed. A smile appeared on Guyu's face. Perhaps this is the symbol of the glorious future of our West Sea. Big Boss Enlin is so cool. Lan Xiaoni looked at the man in the distance, with a bright light in her eyes before turning toward the 2 heavenly gods with a scorching light in her eyes. The 2 heavenly gods were waiting for Lan Xiaoni to run out of energy so that they could retaliate. However, what was going on now? The most powerful heavenly god below, the heavenly sea god, had been slain by a single sword strike. In the next second, Enlin turned around and looked at the 2 heavenly gods in the distance with a friendly smile. A hint of horror instantly welled up in the hearts of the heavenly mirror god and the heavenly liquid god. A long-lost feeling welled up in her heart, and she wanted nothing more than to lie in Enlin's arms and weep. All of a sudden, Enlin's aura swelled explosively. A vast amount of information flowed into his mind, and boundless Tao, realm true, intent began to fuse with his body. A series of notifications also began to pop up from his system. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the second stage of the divine liquid creation technique. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the third stage of the divine liquid creation technique. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the fourth stage of the divine liquid creation technique. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the ninth stage of the divine liquid creation technique. Water-type cultivation method. Essence of flow perfected. You have obtained the power of the all-creation, heavenly God. A colorful divine halo appeared above Enlin's head. That's the heavenly weather god's divine halo. My God, this is... Enlin was most likely able to obtain so many powers of the heavenly gods through this method. His identity is extremely terrifying, even though the West Sea Alliance powerful beings were mentally prepared for this. They were still completely astonished upon seeing this. Enlin quickly put away his divine halo with a hint of elation on his face. Congratulations, Big Boss Enlin. You've obtained more power. Lan Xiaoni smiled, and two adorable dimples appeared on her face. Enlin patted Lan Xiaoni's head with an elated expression. It's all thanks to you for drawing the target here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain this power so easily. Ever since he had absorbed the power of the heavenly mountain god and perfected his earth-type cultivation method, he knew that he didn't have to absorb the power of the heavenly god in order to perfect his water-type cultivation method. Any heavenly god that was related to water would do. The heavenly weather god possessed the power of extreme frost, which was related to water. It was exactly because of this that Enlin was able to perfect his water-type cultivation method. Now, among the 5 elemental cultivation methods, only the wood attribute cultivation method was left, as long as he could obtain a wood-type cultivation method. His body of the war god would be able to reach the phenomenal success stage. Chapter 1856. The power of the weather god appeared to be a little messy, but there was no doubt that this was a power suitable for large-scale destruction. After fusing with the power of the weather god, Enlin knew that if he were to unleash the power of the weather god, he would be able to transform an area of several million square kilometers into a realm of death. He was basically a walking machine of destruction in human form. Most importantly, the power of the weather god also had the ability to control energy, which was the closest to the essence. Hot chi and cold chi were just the beginning. There was still the use of spiritual aura and essence chi, which are the most important. If he used them well, Enlin wouldn't lack energy in battle in the future. He would have an endless supply of vital energy and insane stamina. In my current state, I can kill the heavenly weather god with everything I have. Enlin carefully sensed the power flowing through his body before continuing. According to the heavenly liquid god, the heavenly weather god is the most powerful heavenly god under the heavenly sea god's command. This means that normal heavenly gods can't do anything to me now. I wonder how far away I am from the most powerful heavenly gods. He thought back to the golden woman he had seen in the Purple Star civilization ruins. There were tens of thousands of essential phenomena behind her, and she was able to unleash devastating power with just a casual attack. Even thinking back to that power, he was struck by despair. Paramount heavenly gods were on completely different levels from normal heavenly gods. Perhaps he would only be able to deal with paramount heavenly gods when his body of the war god reached the phenomenal success stage. Sect leader Enlin, thank you for coming in time to save us from our current predicament. Gu Yu quickly swam through the air before arriving before Enlin. You're far too kind, Senior Gu Yu. The West Sea Alliance has always been a friendly alliance with the human race. So how could I just stand by and watch? Besides, my most important underling is also here. And Lin patted Lan Xiaoни's head with a smile. Lan Xiaoni wore a shy expression, and tears welled up in her beautiful blue eyes as she lowered her head like a timid little girl. The domineering West Sea Alliance leader that she had once been was nowhere to be seen. Ha ha ha. Sect leader and Lin, I'm glad to hear that. We'll have to rely on you to defend against the heavenly gods in the future. Lan Xingyan laughed heartily as he flew toward Lan Xiaoni from afar, not forgetting to give Lan Xiaoni an encouraging look. Sect leader and Lin's power is unparalleled. Even if the paramount heavenly sea god were to appear, we would still be safe. Yu Feiyu was full of praise. Then there was another wave of bragging, and Lin was welcomed into the main palace of the West Sea Alliance to discuss the next step of the plan. He had come here to investigate the massive hole that had appeared in the West Sea. However, who would have thought that he would slay one of the heavenly sea gods' generals as soon as he arrived at the West Sea Alliance? This matter would definitely provoke the other party. The heavenly sea god definitely wasn't going to give him a Starfire battleship like he had in the past. The next time they met, he was most likely going to open fire. I suggest that we retreat 500,000 kilometers to the border between the ocean and the land, then set up the most powerful warning system from the black hole to our West Sea Alliance headquarters. That way, we'll be able to inform the headquarters of the heavenly sea gods' movements. And Lin looked at all of the West Sea Alliance mighty figures with a serious expression. The heavenly sea god is not someone you can deal with. All you can do is monitor the situation and inform me of the situation as quickly as possible. What Lin was trying to say was that all of the mighty figures needed to do was to act as the scouts. All of the mighty figures were not enraged by this. Instead, they nodded in agreement. The heavenly weather god alone was enough to wipe them out. If the heavenly sea god were to show up and force them to kill him on sight, then they would truly be asking for trouble. What kind of enemies would they have to deal with? Among all of the powerful beings present, the only one who could contend with the heavenly sea god was Lin. The retreat of the battlefront gave the West Sea Alliance more room to maneuver, and it also allowed them to draw closer to the gods of creation on the Tai Chu continent. Thus, this decision was quickly approved by everyone. The conference concluded very quickly. The next step was to repair the immortal land above water before making arrangements for the migration. The 5 Dao integration stage, super mighty figures could take care of these matters, so there was no need for Lin to worry about them. Big Boss and Lin, you can stay here and recuperate from your injuries. Lan Xiaoni led Lin to a small courtyard with the most abundant spiritual aura, and she latched onto Lin's arm with a smile. What kind of seafood do you like to eat? I'll cook for you. And Lin faltered slightly before pinching Lan Xiaoni's cheek with a smile. I'm not picky. I'm fine with anything as long as it's delicious. When it came to food, he had always been very specific. He liked anything that tasted good. Sigh. What a perfunctory answer. Lan Xiaoni pouted with displeasure. Even though that was what she said, she was already itching to try it out. She finally had a chance to showcase her cooking skills in front of Lin, and she was not going to pass up on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She knew that Lin was a foodie. She also knew that Su Xiaolan was the chef god of the celestial court. However, Lan Xiaoni was fearless. I might not be as good as you at cooking other dishes, but when it comes to seafood, I can definitely make it better than you. Lan Xiaoni spoke in a gentle voice as a ball of flames burned in her beautiful eyes. Her cooking skills were very good, and with the power of the heavenly god of water, she was able to preserve the freshness of the seafood to the fullest extent, thereby allowing her to create exquisite delicacies and even special effects. What are you muttering about? And Lin blinked. Huh, no, nothing. Lan Xiaoni hurriedly shook her head before running away. Rest well, Big Boss and Lin. Xiaoni is going to cook some delicious food. And Lin was a little perplexed as he looked at the flustered and blushing Lan Xiaoni running away. However, he repressed his thoughts and began to recover from his injuries. With the assistance of the heavenly god of weather, his recovery rate had improved significantly. Even without any medicine, he would be able to recover to his peak condition in 2 days. At this moment, within the white nectar sea of the Tai Chu continent, at the center of the pure white sea, a divine tree that extended straight into the clouds emitted a rustling sound. A woman in a light green dress sat on a branch that extended outward, swinging her slender white feet. She tucked her jet-black hair behind her ear, and a smile suddenly appeared on her extraordinarily beautiful features. And Lin really is something. He even killed the heavenly weather god. At the very top of the sky, an old and huge human head appeared. It was materialized from clouds and mist, and its face encompassed almost the entire sky. Not yet. There's still too much of a disparity between them. We have to help Lin again. Chapter 1857. You still want to help? The woman was a little taken aback. And Lin isn't weak anymore. He can be said to be the most powerful heavenly god among the normal heavenly gods. That's not enough. I want to nurture him into a being that can pose a threat to the paramount heavenly gods. The face in the sky spoke. Heavenly God, have you gone insane? The woman glared at the face in the sky with an enraged expression. This is too risky. I don't agree. The face belonged to one of the 6 paramount heavenly gods, the heavenly heaven god. The extremely beautiful woman with long black hair was none other than the heavenly life god, who wielded the paramount power of life. Don't worry, I've done my calculations. Even if Lin can rival one of the 6 paramount heavenly gods, the human race will still perish. They won't be able to defeat the 3 paramount heavenly gods. The heavenly heaven god said in a cold voice, Your heavenly divination technique is flawless, but that's only true in the face of the heavenly Tao. You won't be able to divine anything that transcends beyond the heavenly Tao. The heavenly life goddess was still hesitant. Don't worry. Even if things get out of hand, we still have a final resort. Do you think anyone can break our final trump card? The heavenly heaven god insisted. The woman fell silent. Think about it, life. If light, sea, and earth don't lose 2 paramount heavenly gods when they destroy the human race, then we won't be able to carry out our plan to destroy the entire world. The heavenly heaven god urged. Another long silence ensued. Leaves rustled in the wind. A few ethereal cries sounded from the branches down below. The woman was lost in thought as she gazed into the distance where the night sky and the day sky intersected. Her orange-red eyes were as dazzling as the setting sun and as resplendent as the stars, captivating people. Sigh. The woman finally heaved a resigned sigh. What do you want me to do? The heavenly life goddess asked. The heavenly heaven god replied in a slow voice. Can't Lin absorb the powers of the heavenly gods? Let's give him the powers of the heavenly gods. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. I can sense that he's already gathered the powers of metal, water, fire, and earth, and he's only missing the wood element. Send him a wood element, heavenly god. The heavenly life goddess. By the way, remember to put on a more serious disguise. Don't let him know that we're delivering bento to him. The heavenly heaven god suddenly added. The heavenly life goddess was very exhausted, but she still nodded. West Sea Alliance. The immortal land above water moved to the edge of the West Sea. A colossal creature suddenly appeared at the edge of the continent, alarming many living beings on the continent. A towering pillar of water carrying a gargantuan continent was an extremely rare sight even in the boundless Tai Chu continent. And Lin sat on a lounge chair, basking in the sun and enjoying the sea breeze as he enjoyed the seafood concocted by Lan Xiaoni. Big Boss and Lin, how does it taste? Lan Xiaoni asked with an uneasy expression. These fish slices are fresh and smooth, fragrant, and delicious. Every bit of moisture and freshness has been preserved, and every bit of excess impurities has been removed. It can be said to be perfect, coupled with the extremely fragrant water emperor sauce. It's simply a top-notch pairing. Very delicious. Who would have thought that Underling Land's cooking would be so good? And Lin praised with a buoyant smile as he enjoyed the fish slices. A vibrant smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face upon receiving this praise, and her heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. If you like it, I'll cook for you every day. Sure. And Lin enjoyed the seafood with elation. In terms of taste, this was probably the most delicious seafood he had ever tasted. The meat was tender and refreshing, and not only was it extremely delicious, it was never enough no matter how much he ate it. Lan Xiaoni supported her chin with one hand, and she used a wooden skewer to pick up the translucent fish slices before placing them into her delicate mouth and chewing them carefully. It's so delicious. Her eyes narrowed with enjoyment. For some reason, she felt like this was even more delicious than what she had cooked in the past. The two of them enjoyed the seafood, and before they knew it, another day had passed. The next day, and Lin had recovered to his peak condition. Big Boss and Lin, I want to explore the cave in the depths of the West Sea with you. Lan Xiaoni made her way over to him with a determined expression, and Lin's brows furrowed slightly. It's very dangerous there. Lan Xiaoni raised the divine seal on the back of her hand for Lin to see with a smile. Don't forget that I'm also a heavenly god of water, so I'm more powerful than the average heavenly god. I won't be a burden to you. Besides, I'm also the leader of the West Sea Alliance, so I have a responsibility to eliminate all factors that are detrimental to the stability of the West Sea, Lan Xiaoni insisted. And Lin thought about it for a moment. There really weren't many enemies that could pose a threat to Lan Xiaoni, so she would be a great help if she stayed by his side, so he nodded in agreement. All right, but you have to promise me that if you encounter any perilous situations, don't engage in battle. You have to run away first, and Lin instructed. All right, I promise. Lan Xiaoni nodded without any hesitation. Thus, the two of them formed a team, and they traveled toward the cave in the depths of the West Sea. Along the way, Lan Xiaoni would toss a series of large bubbles into the air. According to her, this was a monitoring device specially used to detect enemies. Every bubble could monitor everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. Of course, these bubbles could only monitor the movements of the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. They had 100 ways to evade detection from powerful heavenly gods. Otherwise, Lan Xiaoni wouldn't have been forced into a perilous situation. After flying for a while, the two of them finally caught sight of the cave in the distance. From afar, it looked as if a massive hole had suddenly appeared in the boundless blue ocean. A peculiar force field enshrouded the entire area, and even in Lin's divine sense was disrupted, let alone those with cultivation bases lower than his. The force field was chaotic and depraved, but it was also like the deep sea that could engulf all souls and consciousness. Anyone who approached the cave would feel as if they were sinking without end until even their consciousness dissipated, as if they had fallen into an eternal slumber. It could be said that living beings below the return to void stage wouldn't even be able to maintain their consciousness here. We sent out a total of 5 teams to investigate the cave, and the last team even had a return to void stage mighty figure who had attained the power of the divine Tao. However, all of them disappeared without a trace, without any exception. Lan Xiaoni spoke with a grave expression, and Lin nodded. Let's go. Let's see what's going on in there. Be careful and stay close behind me. Lan Xiaoni looked at the white-robed figure before her with a faint smile. All right, Big Boss and Lin. This force field was not enough to affect Lin and Lan Xiaoni. The two of them arrived at the center of the massive cave. The cave spanned close to 500 kilometers, and it was extremely dark inside with no visible bottom. The only sound that could be heard was the incessant crashing of the ocean into the cave. It was quite a spectacular sight, but it was also quite terrifying, as if even the entire West Sea couldn't fill up this cave. They began to slowly descend to explore the mysteries of the cave. Chapter 1858. The two of them continued to plummet downward. Lan Xiaoni unleashed her golden water protection technique, which enshrouded her snowy white, supple skin in a semi-transparent armor. This armor was able to easily keep all types of energy at bay, and it was even able to easily keep out spiritual interference. And Lin couldn't even be bothered to unleash any defensive measures. After absorbing the essential Tao bone of the heavenly true immortal, his physical body had become extremely powerful. Even if he stood still and allowed a Tao integration stage super mighty figure to attack him, they might not be able to break through his skin. It could be said that his skin was his best defense. After descending for a while, the two of them were still unable to see the bottom. Even their divine sense was unable to reach the bottom. The light above them was becoming darker and darker due to the force field. This was once the joint burial ground of the high priests of the Spirit Fish clan and the Heavenly Turtle tribe, Shihaizi and Tianshinji. We should have already arrived at their burial ground by now, so why is there still nothing here? Lan Xiaoni was perplexed. Not only will the terrain be completely overturned, even the space itself will undergo peculiar changes. It's understandable that we can't see what's here. And Lin was not surprised. The two of them were only perplexed, but they weren't really fearful. And Lin was fearful because of his own power, while Lan Xiaoni was fearful because of Lin's power. The two of them continued to descend. Within the cave, the sound of the surging ocean gradually disappeared. The light above also quickly dimmed. Everything was very, very quiet. This was clearly a cave without any water, but Lin and Lan Xiaoni felt as if they were already submerged in water. This place is imbued with an extremely pure power of water. Lan Xiaoni waved a hand through the darkness, upon which ripples spread into infinity and beyond. Aside from that, there are other types of liquid flowing soundlessly here as well. The energy imbued within the floating oars is frighteningly high, and there are many creatures that I don't recognize lurking in the darkness, some of which are even giving me a sense of unease, and Lin looked around with a white light flashing in his eyes. It's very likely that we've already entered an unknown mystic realm. How could this be? Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted slightly. I can't sense any spatial fluctuations or spatial fluctuations. This proves that the other party's strength is enough to make us fall into its trap without anyone noticing. Although it's a trap set up in advance, it's still very frightening. And Lin sighed. The ocean. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted. And Lin, the heavenly sea god, has never appeared in this world. But that doesn't mean that he can't use his power to interfere with the Tai Chu continent. It will create a passage for us to fall into its territory. Then everything will be easy. Since you know, why did you still come? A voice sounded from afar, and it carried a wisp of bewilderment. Lan Xiaoni's heart thumped violently upon hearing this voice, as if some extreme danger was approaching, and she couldn't help but draw closer to Lin. I'm here to find answers, Lin said as he stared at the dark bottom. An azure ball of light blossomed at the bottom. It first bloomed like a lotus and then spread to the endless darkness, turning the darkness into a boundless ocean of blue light. Boundless, spectacular, and spectacular. This was Lin's first impression of the ocean. Countless golden crystals began to emerge from the ocean, emanating energy fluctuations that made even Lin's heart palpitate. A blue water humanoid appeared at the center of the ocean. It had no facial features, and it looked as if it had been constructed in a very perfunctory manner. The only thing that was pleasing to the eye was that its body was very smooth and well-proportioned. And Lan Xiaoni, we meet again, the water humanoid said. I am the heavenly sea. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni had once met the heavenly sea god in a mystic realm outside of the Tai Chu continent. At that time it was still quite wooden and quiet, far less human-like than it was now. "Greetings, heavenly sea god." And Lin smiled. Lan Xiaoni was a little scared. Hello. What scared the mermaid princess was not only the heavenly sea god's power, but also the fact that she had taken the heavenly sea god's power of water and used it to fight against the heavenly human tribe at the western Heavenly Gate. And Lin was even more outrageous. He had taken the Starfire battleship given to him by the heavenly sea god, then turned around and bombarded the heavenly human tribe. He had even slain one of the heavenly sea god's most powerful generals. The two of them were feeling rather conflicted by this benevolent water humanoid. "Why are you here? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" the heavenly sea god asked. Behind it, one golden crystal after another exploded to reveal the liquid within. Extreme energy fluctuations proliferated outward, and Lin knew that each and every drop of golden liquid here could unleash power far exceeding that of the Tao integration stage. All right, so this water humanoid was not benevolent. Lan Xiaoni grumbled in her heart. "Do you think we want to come here? We just want to investigate why this cave appeared in the West Sea. We don't want to see you." And Lin waved his hands and tried to put on a friendly expression. "Don't get worked up, brother. I know I did some things in the past, but that was all in self-defense. They wanted to kill me, and I fought back, only to accidentally kill them." The heavenly sea god remained silent. Lan Xiaoni swallowed nervously. "Me too," the heavenly sea god. "If that's all you came here to say, then there's no need." The heavenly sea god waved a hand through the air, and billions of golden crystals shattered at the same time. Boundless liquid hovered in the darkness, as if it were the stars in the night sky. "Brother Sea, don't get worked up." And Lin yelled, "I actually came here to ask you a question." "What is it?" The heavenly sea god turned to Lin. "I want to ask you why you thought I was one of you." And Lin asked. This was a question that had been weighing on his heart for a long time. He didn't even have a heavenly god. So how could the heavenly sea god, one of the 6 paramount heavenly gods, think he was one of them? The heavenly sea god's hand faltered slightly, and he fell silent. "When I first met you, I had thought that you were aware of your identity. However, it looks like you've lost consciousness due to the Purple Star incident." The heavenly sea god heaved a forlorn sigh. "Other paramount heavenly gods may not recognize you, but I recognize you as we're best brothers." And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. They really were King brothers? "Then who am I?" And Lin asked. The heavenly sea god slowly flew toward Lin. "You are the heavenly darkness god, the ruler of the paramount heavenly Tao of darkness. You possess the ultimate power to engulf and restart everything." And Lin stood rooted to the spot. He had already mentally prepared himself, and he had a rough idea of his own identity. But his mind still went completely blank when the heavenly sea god confirmed it himself. "So I really am darkness." Chapter 1859. I'm clearly a human. I have parents who raised me. So how did I become the heavenly darkness god? And Lin didn't know how to face this reality. If he really was a representative of the heavenly darkness god and wasn't a human, then how was he going to face his family and friends in the future? The paramount heavenly Tao that rules over darkness and possesses the ultimate power to engulf everything and restart everything? So bad *SS, so cool. Lan Xiaoni's focus was not on this at all. Instead, she became even more excited upon hearing the heavenly sea god's words, and she grabbed onto Lin's hand. "What's the point of being powerful? I'm not a human anymore." And Lin spoke with difficulty. "So what if you're not a human?" "I'm not a human either." Lan Xiaoni gripped tightly onto Lin's hand, as if she was trying to calm him down. "There are countless beings that aren't human. Big Boss and Lin, I don't care if you're a chicken, a dog, or a pig," Lan Xiaoni said with a firm expression. And Lin's lips twitched. "Can't you use a better analogy?" Lan Xiaoni leaned her head against Lin's arm with a wide grin. No matter what your identity is, you'll always be my big boss. For some reason, and Lin's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. However, he was still quite confused and uneasy about his identity. I know what you're worried about. The heavenly sea god looked at Lin with his eyeless head. Are you worried that you'll no longer be you after you become the heavenly darkness god? And Lin didn't deny the heavenly sea god's words and nodded lightly. The heavenly sea god splayed his hands open. You're Lin, and you're also darkness. This has been your identity from the moment you were born. Otherwise, why do you think you possess the Tian Ming Dao physique? That's just a manifestation of the heavenly darkness, God's power of darkness. Also, why do you think you're able to absorb the powers of the other heavenly gods? You're just using the devouring nature of darkness to your advantage. You're afraid of becoming the heavenly darkness god? What a joke! You were the heavenly darkness god from the very beginning. The heavenly sea god's words were like a bolt of lightning that completely jolted Lin awake. That's right. Was there any point in worrying about what would happen if he became the heavenly darkness god? He was already the heavenly darkness god. And Lin looked at his palm, and his eyes lit up. I don't need to worry about these problems at all. I've always been the heavenly darkness goddess, and I've been using the power of the heavenly darkness goddess from the very beginning. I'm glad that you understand this, brother darkness. A mouth suddenly appeared on the heavenly sea god's featureless face, and it slowly cracked open into what he thought was a benevolent smile. It's just like how I am the ocean. Although I am a part of the heavenly axiom and hold supreme authority, I have been me ever since I gained self-awareness. Even if the future changes, as long as myself does not disappear, I will not change. Lan Xiaoni felt like something was amiss as she listened to their friendly exchange. But the exchange continued. Then why don't I have a divine ring of darkness? Why can't I use all of my power of darkness? And Lin asked with a perplexed expression. That's because your power is incomplete, not complete. The heavenly sea god revealed everything that had happened all those years ago. The purple star's first step in destroying the heavens was to seize darkness. Only with darkness could they end everything and create a new heavenly Tao. Thankfully, they failed. However, unfortunately, darkness was also severely wounded, and its power of laws fell from the heavens. The power of laws that represented Tao was severely damaged, and it transformed into a life form that reincarnated into you. He looked at Lin with a serious expression before continuing. There's also something peculiar within your body. I can't see through it, but it's repairing your power of darkness through various methods. And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. Could it be that the heavenly sea god was referring to was the system? The system was repairing the power of darkness? The heavenly sea god continued. Furthermore, I've carefully analyzed each and every one of your battles. As such, I also know that that thing can use a special method to forcefully draw upon the power of darkness within your body by overdrawing on something within you. And Lin fell silent upon hearing this. Lan Xiaoni immediately grew anxious upon hearing this, and she immediately asked in a panicked voice, What do you mean by forcefully drawing upon something within Big Boss and Lin's body? The heavenly sea god turned to Lan Xiaoni. Theoretically speaking, I'm your big boss, right? I only have one big boss, and that's Lin. Lan Xiaoni clung onto Lin's arm with a stubborn expression, refusing to bow down to evil. The heavenly sea god shook his head. Then your big boss should know what I mean by forcefully drawing upon the power of darkness. Lan Xiaoni turned to Lin with concern etched on her face. It's fine. And Lin pinched Lan Xiaoni's soft cheeks with a comforting smile. It's just that my power will decrease a little every time I use my power of darkness. It's no big deal. Really. Lan Xiaoni was still very concerned. Her woman's sixth sense told her that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Really? And Lin looked directly into Lan Xiaoni's eyes. How can you not believe what Big Boss says? I believe you. I believe you, all right? Lan Xiaoni yielded. In reality, she would listen to anything Lin said. Even if it was an extremely excessive request, she would still do it. This was the self-cultivation of a little brother. "Thank you for answering my questions, Brother C," and Lin said in a polite manner. "You're welcome. We're best friends." The heavenly sea god smiled and said, "You'll find out if you can continue to awaken some things." And Lin's lips twitched imperceptibly as he looked at the countless droplets of liquid exuding terrifying energy, fluctuations behind the heavenly sea god. "Is this how you greet your best brother? Brother C, you've told me so much, so you must have something to say to me, right?" And Lin asked. If the heavenly sea god wanted to wage a war, there was no need for him to waste so much time explaining things to Lin. "Brother Darkness knows me best." A smile appeared on the humanoid water creature's face, but it was actually a little horrifying. "Then let me have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Light and Earth want to destroy the human race and unleash divine wrath in order to eliminate this threat. Life and the heavens want to destroy all living beings on the Tai Chu continent in order to establish a new cycle of life and create new life. I actually don't agree with what they're doing." And Lin and Lan Xiaoni's expressions both shifted upon hearing this, as if they had heard something unbelievable. They stared intently at the heavenly sea god, trying to determine whether or not he was telling the truth. All of the heavenly gods and all of the living beings in this world think that I'm on the side of destroying the human race, but they're all wrong. That's all fake. I'm just putting on a show for them. Chapter 1860. You're putting on a show for us? And Lin was astonished. Never would he have thought that he would hear something like this from the heavenly sea god. Are you kidding me? You even lied to the other heavenly gods? And Lin felt like this was absurd. I'm not lying to you. I can swear to the heavens, the heavenly sea god said with a solemn expression. And Lin was speechless. You're the F** King Heavens? Swearing to yourself isn't convincing at all. The heavenly sea god continued. The heavenly gods think that I haven't appeared in this world for so long because I acted too early and was restricted by the Tai Chu continent, but in reality I could have descended to the Tai Chu continent a long time ago. You could have descended to the Tai Chu continent a long time ago, so why are you still here? And Lin was perplexed. The heavenly sea god turned to Lan Xiaoni. Why do you think I created this passageway and only retrieved Lan Xiaoni's heavenly water power after the passageway appeared? And Lin's expression shifted slightly. The heavenly sea god looked at Lin with a serious expression. That's right, it's all because of you. Otherwise, how could you have coincidentally encountered 3 heavenly gods attacking Lan Xiaoni as soon as you arrived at the West Sea Alliance? I put on a show for the other paramount heavenly gods. In order to prevent them from suspecting me, I even abandoned the heavenly weather god in order to create the impression that there was a vendetta between us. And Lin, everything I've done is to draw you to me. This is the only place where we can speak freely without being detected by the other 4 paramount heavenly gods. The heavenly sea god spread open his arms, and his heroic spirit made the entire boundless ocean surge and churn. So what did you do to lure me here just to say something to me? And Lin was a little panicked. What was this heavenly sea god trying to do? Don't you think destroying the human race or all living beings on the Tai Chu continent is very stupid? The heavenly sea god asked with a faint smile. That's right, it's extremely stupid. And Lin nodded. Then we can agree that their actions are indeed extremely stupid. The heavenly sea god nodded in agreement. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni were both a little dumbstruck. What the heavenly sea god said next shocked them even more. Darkness, join my side. Let's destroy light, earth, life, and sky together. After that, let me rule the heavenly Tao. The heavenly sea god spoke with a smile. Lan Xiaoni was completely dumbstruck, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. The heavenly sea god spoke in a slow voice. This world is wrong, or rather, the subconscious will of the heavenly Tao is wrong. It thought that releasing the authorities of the heavenly Tao and letting them manage this world with the thinking of living beings would be better. But look at you now. Didn't the four Empyrean gods still have a disagreement? Life and Sky even wanted to kill Light and Earth. And Lin's mouth twitched slightly. He thought to himself, how is it just the four utmost beings having differences? You're the one who wants to King, get rid of the other four. And you're even acting so cute. This world doesn't need too many voices, and it doesn't need so many retards. It only needs one intelligent being to manage it. That's right. Only by unifying the world can we achieve stability and avoid conflict. Focus all of your power and faith on me, and I will end all conflict and lead the entire world toward a better future. The heavenly sea god said, Darkness, my best friend, I need your support. Don't you want to get rid of your status as a representative of the heavenly Tao? In exchange, at the final step, I will use all of my power to separate the darkness authority from your life essence. You will retain your own power and continue to live happily ever after as a human. Exterminate the human race and all living beings on the Tai-Chu continent. That's all *T. We just need to maintain the status quo, and the continent will be able to develop as normal. Brother Darkness, what do you think? And Lin and Lan Xiaoni were both dumbstruck by the heavenly sea god's words. This ** was the most ambitious they had ever seen. The heavenly sea god didn't care about killing all of the living beings on the Tai-Chu continent. All he wanted to do was kill all of the heavenly gods and use his own will to rule over the entire heavenly Tao. Never would they have thought the heavenly sea god was the biggest boss. He was already a paramount heavenly god, but he still wasn't satisfied. He wanted to be the only paramount heavenly god. He was a traitor to all of the heavenly gods. The heavenly sea god had initially said that it was a mistake for the heavenly Tao to give birth to a will of the heavenly gods to regulate the development of the Tai-Chu continent, but Enlin wasn't quite convinced. However, after hearing the heavenly sea god's words, he was starting to believe it. Brother C, how can you guarantee that you won't attack the human race or any other living beings on the Tai-Chu continent after you succeed? How can you guarantee that you'll carry out everything you've said? And Lin asked, That's simple. If I want to become the only being in the paramount heavenly Tao with a will of its own, then I have to fuse with the realm core. I can swear a vow to the realm core to carry out everything I've just said. If I go back on my word, then the realm core will fuse with all of the powers in this world to destroy me, the heavenly sea god said. And Lin paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. The heavenly sea god's words were indeed a good idea. Brother Darkness, can you help me now? The heavenly sea god asked. And Lin didn't completely believe the heavenly sea god's words. But this was indeed a very good idea, and he had no reason to refuse. The heavenly sea god needed his power, and he also needed the heavenly sea god's power. All right, tell me how I can help you, and Lin asked. The heavenly sea god plunged a hand into his own heart and slowly pulled out a prismatic crystal that was about the size of a thumb. This is my heart clone. Refine it and wear it on your body. When the time comes, we'll be able to communicate with each other without being discovered. That's a good thing. A satisfied smile appeared on Enlin's face. Of course it's a good thing. The main reason I lured you here was to avoid the heavenly heaven god's detection and give this to you, the heavenly sea god said. The two of them conversed harmoniously for a while longer. It's time for you to go back. If you stay here for too long, the other paramount heavenly gods will become suspicious. We'll talk about the details after I descend upon the Tai-Chu continent. You can continue to develop as you see fit. The heavenly sea god said. All right, I'm going now. And Lin flew into the sky with Lan Xiaoni in tow. Wait, there's still something you haven't taken with you. The heavenly sea god said. What is it? And Lin was perplexed. Of course it's... The heavenly sea god smiled as he raised his hand. Countless specks of golden liquid began to tremor at the same time before unleashing an extremely terrifying might toward Lin. Why haven't you taken my attack package yet? Chapter 1861. This was the first time that Lin had faced an attack from a paramount heavenly god. Countless droplets of golden liquid hurtled toward him, each of which was imbued with the power to shatter mountains and split seas. F***CK. Are you serious? And Lin could sense a power that made his flesh crawl from the billions of droplets of golden liquid. There was even a wisp of his opponent's power of the heavenly gods within them. A divine halo of mountains instantly materialized above his head, and a suit of armor as thick and heavy as Mount Bujo appeared over his body. At the same time, the powers of wind, lightning, metal, fire, and earth transformed into Tao jades that revolved around him, creating 6 layers of heavenly god defenses. Bam, bam, bam. One droplet of golden liquid after another crashed into Lin's multiple layers of heavenly god defenses, upon which explosive booms erupted. And Lin could sense that the golden liquid was imbued with absolute power that could seep through all things. The power of laws transcended beyond normal essential laws, and it was as if all laws had to yield to it. He could see that the golden liquid possessed a natural ability to suppress all other powers of the heavenly gods. This power was eternal and indestructible, and it crashed relentlessly into Lin's 6 layers of heavenly god defenses, puncturing all of them. Some of the liquid only managed to puncture 3 or 4 layers, while others punctured all 6 layers and punctured his body as well. The power of water that Lan Xiaoni had unleashed was like a lackey meeting its true boss. She couldn't even keep a single drop of her boss liquid at bay, and the barrier of water she had unleashed was completely ineffective. Her slender waist, fishtail, and even her chest and head were all punctured by the liquid, and she almost burst into tears from the excruciating pain. Run! Run as fast as you can! And Lin grabbed onto Lan Xiaoni's hand as he unleashed all of his power to flee into the distance. Lan Xiaoni looked at the countless droplets of golden liquid behind her. If all of them were to fall upon her, she would definitely be reduced to a hornet's nest, and she immediately flailed her fishtail frantically as she fled for her life. The golden liquid was still raining down upon them. They felt as if they were traversing through a hail of bullets, and their lives were hanging by a thread. Their only thought was to escape from this accursed place. They ran for what seemed like an eternity. The sound of the golden liquid gradually faded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The majestic roar of the sea falling into the cave was heard. Huff, huff, huff. Big Boss and Lin were finally back. Lan Xiaoni's body was riddled with wounds, but there was a smile of relief on her face. It really wasn't easy to escape from the heavenly sea god. Its attacks are simply too unstoppable, and my defenses are completely unable to block them. And Lin also heaved a long sigh of relief before swallowing an immortal pill and gifting one to Lan Xiaoni. The 2 of them flew out of the huge hole, their expressions somewhat tired and dispirited. They could sense that there were still residual fluctuations of the heavenly sea god's power within their bodies. That vast and mighty power was still wreaking havoc in their wounds. A few of them even hit their vitals. If it weren't for their strong vitality and quick escape, they might have really died there. Looks like I'm not powerful enough to oppose a paramount heavenly god. And Lin heaved a faint sigh. He didn't think that he would still be unable to resist the power of the heavenly god, even though he already possessed 6 heavenly gods. It was as if they were on completely different levels. Humph. What the hell are you so proud of? I'm sure Big Boss and Lin will be more powerful than him in the future. Then I'll crush him into the ground with all my might. Lan Xiaoni pouted with an indignant expression. The 2 of them returned to the West Sea Alliance while recovering from their injuries. The residual power of the paramount heavenly god of the sea was extremely terrifying. Each and every drop of golden liquid was imbued with power as vast and boundless as an ocean. Even Lin had to expend a lot of energy to get rid of it, let alone Lan Xiaoni, who was still being tortured by the power of the sea. The heavenly sea god was truly willing to do anything in order to put on a convincing act. He was so cruel to his teammates. This was the only thought in their minds at this moment. Of course, they weren't going to tell anyone about the heavenly sea god. Even though they were just the two of them right now, they had a tacit understanding not to talk about it, and they viewed the heavenly sea god as an enemy. The heavenly sea god was going to descend in 3 months. Everything could wait until it descended. Lan Xiaoni had already decided to stay at the West Sea Alliance headquarters and engage in friendly battles with the heavenly human tribe from time to time. And Lin was also planning to return to his sect and become a quiet, handsome man. Just as the two of them were about to stay put, they suddenly discovered that something was amiss in the distance. A man with a dark green halo above his head was currently vomiting something into the ocean. The ocean within a radius of 2,500 kilometers had been plunged into an inky black expanse. Countless sea creatures were dying, and even the most powerful sea monsters were floating on the ocean with their bellies exposed. Erg, the man continued to vomit, and a black substance poured out of his mouth. The ocean within a radius of 2,500 kilometers had been stained black, but the actual area of the ocean that had been contaminated had most likely already extended for tens of thousands of kilometers. Furthermore, it was still continuing to spread, and countless living beings had perished. I can sense that this is a heavenly god. My God, what the hell is he vomiting? Why is he vomiting so much? And Lin was astonished. Lan Xiaoni couldn't sit still any longer. How dare this be *starred poison the ocean? And Lin had only heard of sinister people who poison water. This was the first time he had seen a powerful being who would poison the ocean. It's everyone's responsibility to protect the environment. Let's go kill him. And Lin was very enraged. He didn't know what this *starred was plotting, but it was definitely not a small plot. So he had to kill him in the cradle. All right. Lan Xiaoni immediately unleashed her power of the heavenly gods and flew toward the vomiting heavenly god. And Lin also activated his 6 divine halos and flew toward the vomiting heavenly god. The vomiting heavenly god sensed the energy fluctuations in the distance, and he raised his head to discover a beautiful mermaid as well as a man with a crimson divine halo above his head and 5 peculiar little balls revolving around his body. Holy F***, CK! Why isn't Lin here? The heavenly god was dumbstruck. He immediately fled after ascertaining that this was someone that he couldn't afford to mess with. He was the heavenly poison god under the heavenly life god's command, and he had been sent here to poison the West Sea in order to monitor the entire West Sea. In other words, he was only here to scout out the West Sea Alliance and the heavenly human tribe. He had thought that even if he encountered the West Sea Alliance leader, Lan Xiaoni, he would still be able to escape unscathed. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a terrifying being after only 1 hour of vomiting? Run, run, run. The heavenly poison god transformed into a cloud of poison mist and fled with all his might. You're not getting away. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni chased after him relentlessly. The heavenly poison god ran even faster. He knew that he had been poisoned, but he shouldn't have been this unlucky, right? He had encountered this god of slaughter on a mission. Chapter 1862. You want to get away after polluting the environment? Do you really think I'm a pushover? A clear roar sounded from behind the heavenly poison god. The surrounding ocean suddenly roared violently as massive waves surged into the heavens. A massive wave over 100,000 feet in length swept through the air, creating a massive wall of water that obscured the entire sky before crashing down upon the heavenly poison god with unimaginable force. The heavenly poison god's expression shifted, and a divine light erupted from the dark green, divine halo above his head. Water-thirsty, poisonous wasp. He roared, "Urgh!" A small, sticky wasp suddenly shot forth from his mouth, and Lin and Lan Xiaoni were both struck by a sense of discomfort upon seeing this. Even though the technique was a little disgusting, it was very powerful. A black, sticky wasp with extremely powerful engulfment abilities crashed into the massive wall of water imbued with the power of the heavenly gods, and was able to quickly chew a massive hole through it. The heavenly poison god escaped from the hole and continued onward. Boom! Suddenly, the void behind him exploded. Scorching temperatures struck the heavenly poison god with unbearable heat. An extremely terrifying aura was rapidly approaching him, and his heart thumped violently. 7 Holy Flame Mode, Violent Advance. Flames capable of incinerating the sky and boiling the ocean erupted from Lin's feet, leaving a trail of flames in his wake. His speed was close to 1/5 faster than the heavenly poison gods, and he caught up to the heavenly poison god in less than a minute. The heavenly poison god's back had already been scorched red by the flames, and Lin's voice, which sent chills down the heavenly poison god's spine, sounded from behind him. Look what I've just seen at the lone heavenly god. Countless holy flames imbued with the paramount power of laws swept forth at the same time. The ocean within a radius of several dozen kilometers was instantly incinerated into nothingness. Not even water vapor was released before it was reduced to the most microscopic particles. The heavenly poison god let loose a blood-curdling wail as his bottom melted. And Lin, you've gone too far. The heavenly poison god roared, Heavenly ghost demonic poison! Ugh! He opened his mouth and violently vomited. He spat out a sticky and hideous monster from his mouth. It expanded with the wind and instantly grew to 1,000 feet in size. It stretched out its sharp claws and pounced on Lin. That sticky body was not afraid of fire, and there were densely packed things wriggling like worms on its body. It was those little things that swallowed the fire. How disgusting! But do you think this is enough to restrain me? And Lin suppressed his disgust. The golden lightning jade at his side began to shine brightly. This thing of yours isn't afraid of fire, but I don't believe that you aren't afraid of other attributes either. Rumble! Suddenly, thunder roared, lighting up heaven and earth, destroying everything. Like a sharp sword, the golden lightning pierced through the evil spirit's body. Lightning techniques were of the purest yang attribute and were most adept at banishing evil spirits. Sure enough, the evil spirits didn't even last a second before they were instantly destroyed by Lin's golden void lightning. The heavenly poison god's heart jolted with shock, and he unleashed another heavenly god spell technique. Look at this, heavenly realm poison flower. Erg. He threw up again, and this time he spat out a peculiar flower bud. The flower bud quickly rotated and expanded before blossoming, upon which countless colorful pollen particles proliferated through the air. The pollen particles were immune to fire and lightning, and they scattered through the air. Even the space around them was twisted and warped by their powerful toxicity, instantly transforming the surrounding area into a lethal poison realm. And Lin, my poison powder is extremely resilient, and it's immune to fire and lightning. What are you going to do about it? The heavenly poison god looked behind him as he fled. All of a sudden, the ocean surged, and billions of tons of seawater flew into the sky before crashing down toward the center of the ocean like a gargantuan hand. The center of the ocean was where the heavenly poison god was situated. What? The heavenly poison god let loose a cry of surprise as he was swept into the ocean by the seawater. Hee, you were so engrossed in the fight that you forgot about me? Lan Xiaoni swished her fishtail as she swept the poison powder into the ocean. The poison powder was immune to fire and lightning, but that didn't mean it could withstand the power of the paramount essential water. The heavenly poison god struggled at the bottom of the ocean, and at this moment, a bolt of golden void lightning pierced through the ocean at an extremely fast speed before striking his chest and blasting a bloody hole into his chest. No, he had to get away. The heavenly poison god clasped a hand over his chest and refused to fly into the sky. Instead, he swam toward the ocean and even threw up a mouthful of poison, dyeing the entire ocean black. Air escape didn't work, so he used water escape. If Enlin had to chase after him, he would have to divert some of his attention to defend against the poisonous seawater. I'm so pissed off. Is this B** start a cuttlefish? He's polluting the West Sea with his black breath again. Lan Xiaoni was enraged upon seeing this. Weather. Extreme. Frost domain. And Lin stomped his foot down toward the ocean, and the power of frost froze the ocean within a radius of over 500 kilometers. The heavenly poison god was swimming in the ocean when it suddenly froze. Crack, crack, crack. He moved through the ice, and he felt as if he had become an ice-breaking submarine as his speed rapidly plummeted. At this moment, Lan Xiaoni had already unleashed her heavenly water power to transform the ice that Enlin had congealed into ice swords, which she then stabbed into the heavenly poison god a few dozen times, inflicting wounds all over his body. Ow, ow, erg. The heavenly poison god vomited again. This time, it spat out a series of black vines, all of which were imbued with an unimaginably potent poison. The vines instantly melted away the surrounding ice before rising into the sky toward Enlin and Lan Xiaoni. Oh, you're not running anymore. Very good. You can finally fight me like a man. And Lin's eyes lit up as a suit of flame armor constructed from 7 holy flames enshrouded his body, exuding boundless, scorching heat. The oncoming vines hadn't even gotten a chance to touch Enlin before they were melted by the extreme temperatures. Lan Xiaoni's body was extremely agile, and she quickly evaded the oncoming vines with her fishtail. Her jade-like hands danced through the air at an extremely fast speed, unleashing a series of extremely sharp water blades that sliced the vines into shreds. You think you can attack both of us at the same time? You've probably lost your mind. And Lin shook his head silently. Ah! The heavenly poison god suddenly let loose an almighty roar at Enlin. Crack! The divine halo above his head suddenly cracked open. Before Enlin had a chance to figure out what was happening, the chest area of his flaming armor turned inky black before melting away. An invisible power instantly pierced through the armor before stabbing viciously into his chest. Immediately afterward, a burst of invisible power caused his flesh to rot and his vitality to quickly drain away. Is this poison? An invisible and colorless poison? And Lin's expression shifted drastically as he hurriedly repressed the poison within his body. It was quite clear that the heavenly poison god had unleashed a technique that was beyond the limits of what he could handle, resulting in a backlash from the heavenly Tao. Ha ha ha. And Lin, so what if you're powerful? You've still been poisoned by Grandpa. Grandpa is going to go now. See you again. The heavenly poison god was extremely elated, and he took advantage of the instant that Enlin repressed the poison within his body to quickly flee.